Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Good evening, Unlocking. Hi. Happy fucking Third Friday, guys. Hope you guys have a wonderful evening so far, guys. Tonight we're going to be doing more of Helldivers 2, obviously. Good. Ah, yes. Hope you guys are having a great evening. Last night, guys, we obviously played some Gamaz. Also covered some potential changes they could make to Helldivers 2. Or, well, more changes they could do to Helldivers 2. One of which is to tackle the current problems with Incinerbreaker and the Flamethrower, although we're going to talk more about that tonight. Mainly relating to people figuring out what actually does work for them. So, performance-based stats. Specifically the endgame screen, which I think it needed a revamp since launch, and has not received that because it doesn't tell you anything about how you perform in the game for the most part. It just tells you about the number of kills, which can vary greatly depending on what you're doing and whether or not you're actually securing the kills in the first place or even doing anything. Like, the problem with Incinerbreaker, theorized, one of the problems with Incinerbreaker is people assume that because they're getting last hits because it's a dot, that they're doing all the work, or it's doing a lot of work. Because the number of stats that you actually have in the game that actually tell you what you're doing and what you're capable of doing, or like how you're performing in the game, are extremely limited. There's basically kill streak, which you see at the bottom, and then kills at the end, and that's pretty much it. Besides that, you got like deaths and distance travel. Most of the stats in the game at the end game screen are basically useless. They don't do really anything for the most part. And as such, they need to be retooled, and we came up with multiple different criteria to retool them so that they're actually usable. And as such, you'll be able to better parse your performance in the game itself, which is very important. Which I think we came up with some pretty good criteria for them. I depreciated some of the stats that right now don't even matter, and you could put them behind an extended stat category if you wanted to, but currently they don't really do much of anything. And we added a couple extended stats as well to the list. But most of the stats here are actually very meaningful. The ones that I picked out are actually very meaningful. And will give you a better idea of how you perform. In the case of Incinerbreaker, being able to see what you're actually doing with your primary damage in terms of your overall damage is actually really important. And seeing how it compares to other weapons is really important, but you can't parse that with the game, the way the game currently functions. So, and it still wouldn't tell you everything. Guys, 1 second, I gotta get my water. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Yes. This is what we discussed yesterday, guys. We also talked briefly about not just stats, these are personal stats, the stats that matter to the Helldivers themselves. We also talked about stat collection for Arrowhead. So there's obviously dev stats too, which are stats that wouldn't be here or something you want to look at. The game can collect a lot of stats, and stat collection is very, very important in terms of gameplay and being able to parse the game. We talked extensively about how developers, especially when they aren't able to perform at the levels of other players in the game, they can still use stats to surmise what is going on in those games, even if they can't see it. But based on what Sham said the other night, and we talked about this, based on what Sham said the other night, it appears as though they aren't parsing based on difficulty levels. Difficulty levels in the game being obviously the closest thing to MMR in the game, and you should only be really looking at diff 7 through 9-ish, and mainly diff 9, now diff 10, because that's when things actually get difficult, and when what people are using actually really starts to matter. Things become viable and other things are no longer viable because, as it turns out, they weren't viable in the first place. It's just people were using them particularly because, you know, they're fun. Or maybe they're just something that seemed cool, like the railgun. But in actuality, when they play against Hulks, you know, there's one Hulk in the entirety of diff 5. It becomes viable. But when you're playing in diff 10, you know, when there's Hulks everywhere, it turns out it's not actually viable anymore. Because it turns out like a lot of the weapons will be, anything is viable when you turn the difficulty down far enough, and it becomes a misconception within the community. With the Incinerator Breaker itself, which we're going to go over here tonight and talk a little bit about, basically we're also going to take a look at the developer commentary on why they did certain things. I'm particularly curious, because I haven't looked at it yet, particularly curious about the flamethrower nerf, or flamethrower readjustment. And I believe that's specifically because of, it was kind of a bug in how it actually functioned against leg armor. But people didn't see it that way, and they saw it as actually like a legitimate way of playing the game. And shooting out the pooper, which now is much easier from what it seems like, because it never used to be you never used to be able to damage it nearly as fast as you can now, is now a more viable strategy. Whereas you can no longer hit the legs. That being said, shooting out the pooper when multiple charges are coming at you becomes much, much more difficult, as it is with the autocannon. So some of the things I've suggested specifically for the autocannon buff would be stripping the armor off the leg plates, like the leg armor off over time. So if you hit it with like 3 shots at a good angle, it'll pop the leg armor, and then you can hit it from a frontal. Because you need to have the ability to, with the unit that almost always is facing you, you need to have the ability to attack it from the front. Otherwise you're going to be at a disadvantage, right? That being said, some guns and some things in the game aren't even remotely usable at higher difficulties, which is an entirely different topic matter, mainly the fact that the game puts you into only being able to utilize basically one weapon, one stratagem weapon, when it basically obsoletes an entire category of stratagem weapons because they aren't good against chargers, bile titans, bigger units. You have to take something that can actually do damage to them. As I suggested, which I don't even know if it's a silver bullet or just something that would be even endgame, like something that would, you know, just be a permanent fix, is having 2 stratagem weapons and different classifications of stratagem weapons, so you can limit basically what people are able to carry on their back, but allows them more options, because then you'd be able to equip, like, let's say an LMG. Right now in the game, as people know, you can't really, in high difficulties, you can't really just take like an LMG, even a flamethrower. While it worked against chargers, did not work against bile titans, and that's just the way it went. You just couldn't use it against bile titans. So you had to come up with other options to use against bile titans, even if it worked against chargers. But what I thought was mainly that the way that the flamethrower worked before was that it was a bug in how it functioned against the legs on chargers, and they had to fix that because the new fire weapons that they're adding shouldn't be able to instantly kill chargers, right? So they had to figure out a new way of dealing with them, which is why they fixed the bug concerning the leg armor, which then turned into a controversy related to it. I think I have it open already. Yeah, explained. Well, let's take a look at the Reddits here, guys. Here we're going to have a lot of fun things, because I basically told Reddit to fuck off the other night when People were asking, or someone said that no one is asking for the game to be harder, and I said I was. That's just venting. a lot of stuff in here that's just wrong. Someone can't understand satire. If you look at my Twitter, I said your self-worth is directly proportional to the number of viewers you have. That's satire. Who the fuck would ever think that's true? He fucking think it's true. Who the fuck would think that I have like 20 viewers, guys. Who would actually think that I'm being serious when I think your self-worth is directly proportional to the amount of viewers you have? That is a stereotype for big streamers that big streamers infer. Yeah, which is what I'm making fun of. I have legit no viewers. So I have no self-worth, so it's self-deprecating humor? What is like 6 months. This is absolutely an inferiority complex. Like half the stuff this guy said doesn't even make sense. This dude talked about ego and pride being a thing on Reddit while he's a Redditor himself. Why can't I be a Redditor? How's that a contradiction? People can have different levels of pride. Being a Redditor doesn't mean you're just proud or having an ego in the first place. What the fuck is this guy even talking about? Like if you type somewhere, that means you have a large ego and large amounts of pride. I do have a large ego and large amounts of pride. It has nothing to do with Reddit, though. Like, what the fuck is this guy even talking about? What the fuck is it? Oh, buddy. Oh, this guy's following me around now. He's looking at my posting history and following around, posting on stuff that I talked about. This is the guy from the other thread. not mental gymnastics. It's someone. This is what someone said right here. This was a direct quoted post that I'm referring to. I fucking love Reddit. Yeah, so one guy is now following me around and posting on everything that I post on. Oh my god. The funny thing is, guys, like, so if you ever notice, if you get in an argument, guys, with people on Twitter, not putting aside Reddit, get in an argument with people on Twitter, they'll try and go back through your post history to use basically whatever they see as easy, basically, mud they can throw at you. The problem is, if you do that while looking at the stuff that I talk about, you legit won't get the whole picture at all. Like the satire bit, nothing they said. They see the first thing that comes to mind and they try to grab onto it, and then they try to use it as basically ammunition. But they aren't doing their homework because, as it turns out, I'm not just a simple person. And there's a lot of complexities going on here, and which is why almost every single thing the guy said was just wrong. He just like misconstrued it, just took it out of context, or didn't even look at the rest of the context. Like, he thinks I'm playing meta while using the plasma grenade launcher against bugs? What do you even mean? And then at the same time, I even talked about the Incinerator Breaker, like the current nerf for the Incinerator Breaker not being a bad thing. Like, it's just completely wrong. Like, it doesn't even make sense. I fucking love Reddit, guys. It's hilarious. And then, like, you get the Karens. That was a Karen who then called me a Karen, so I wouldn't call them a Karen. You get the Karens that come out of the woodwork, and they legit can't even defend their position because they don't take time to, like, pretend. They don't take time to actually figure out what they're talking about. It's fucking hilarious. Okay. Arrow Boss says he's not upset about the latest Helldivers 2 patch uproar, which we're going to talk about here in a sec. Actually, no, let's take a look at the Reddits first, and then we'll talk about it. Let's see what developed first before we address that. Cam says players aren't happy and he doesn't mind hearing about it. That's a good position to have, by the way. You shouldn't act frightened in front of the Karens beating their chests, because then all of a sudden they'll, like I said, with the current, it's kind of a problem right now, as we talked about on the first day of the patch, is they can't just right up walk the patch back, because then people feel as though anytime they throw a fit, people just do what they want. They're literally like kids, and they're acting spoiled, which is if they see something they don't like, they'll just review bomb it over and over and over again. Sometimes, it actually has a purpose, but in this case of Helldivers, with the Sony controversy, they learned that they can just get what they want no matter what. And Sony controversy wasn't even Arrowhead's fault. It was Sony doing that, right? Yeah, and like, if you even talk about it remotely, you figure out that it's actually Arrowhead's fault. Or not Arrowhead's fault, Sony's fault. And there was nothing they could do about it. They're contractually obligated to do it. They turned it off in the first place so that the game would actually work. And then people got angry when they turned it back on. I had to use an account on day 2. On your, yeah. Oh, fucking hilarious. Oh. TikTok is weird sometimes where it doesn't actually show the chat. I don't know why. Chat will sometimes show up on TikTok, and I really, really hope they fix it at some point. Like, I have like 4 different chats for TikTok, and maybe one of them will work. Oh my god, Burbs just said something. Oh, yeah, so it didn't show up on stream, but I just read it. Yeah, like the guy I was just arguing with called me a Karen for wanting the game to be hard. Like, what the fuck? Why don't you, like, that's the whole point of it. It's like, it's fucking Dark Souls Helldivers, right? Why am I'm the bad person for wanting things to be hard, and I should just instead not use stratagems? Like, what the fuck? You shouldn't actually use game mechanics or anything in the game and just artificially make the game harder for yourself if you don't find it hard enough. What the fuck does that even mean? You can make the game easier. They allow you to do that. Why can't it be harder? Like, why can't it go the opposite direction? Then they don't back it up with an argument. I don't know if you were here for the shtick just now, but holy shit, that one guy, and like just a bunch of just wrong assumptions. But yeah, they're complaining about anything. Sometimes rightfully so. I still, like, if I was a game developer, by the way, and as I was working at Arrowhead, I would have no idea why the Sony controversy happened. That was completely, people are like, no, of course it's going to happen. No one likes account linking. It has never happened to any other fucking game prior to that point when accounts were linked. No game has had shit like that happen in that sort of way. Sony controversy was unparalleled. There is absolutely nothing else that is comparable to it. They tried doing it after it, and those popped and fizzled, and basically went like this. It went downhill, where the number of Sony controversy bits just disappeared. They're just, like, they're not Sony controversy, but like the people complaining about account linking, it just popped and fizzled. No one cares anymore because they didn't care prior to it. It was a really, really weird shit. And the thing with the current Helldivers is, like, anytime they nerf stuff, we talked about this with in the 2 patch videos ago. Anytime they nerf stuff, the community is absolutely allergic to nerfs now. So we have to figure out other ways of basically nerfing stuff, and that means just making things harder. Before, when I talk about difficulty or making things harder in the game, I suggested, like, I wanted things just to be diff 9 to be the hardest difficulty in the game, right? From a programming perspective, that makes a lot of sense. However, people can't handle the difficulty being harder than it currently is. It's just, like, the idea that they can no longer perform on a current level of difficulty the same way they used to be able to perform actually gets to them. So we're in the point of where we now have to have difficulty bloat. It's just the way it is, because people need to see the number go up and they can't go down. And it's just another way of balancing. It just means instead of balancing everything around diff 9 through 1, you just make diff 9 kind of where we are now, and you just keep going up with it, right? Which is why I suggested 30 difficulties, because you can't even get close to it. Reddit can't even get close to it. And as such, they're going to be a lot less bent out of shape when they can't perform on the higher difficulties, because it won't be 1 difficulty difference. It will be like 15, right? So at some point, it won't even be something that, it doesn't even matter. Like, it won't even matter to them nearly as much. It's about basically not de-emphasizing, desensitizing. It's about desensitizing them to the idea that they aren't actually able to perform at the highest level all the time. And that the highest level isn't always obtainable. Even someone like myself can't obtain. And it's funny because the guy was like, you played for 4 months and I'm a fucking meta stand. Dude, I use I use a fucking plasma grenade launcher. Almost no one uses plasma. I've arguably actually made the meta for the plasma grenade launcher against bugs. No one was fucking using that shit 2 months ago. Despite it getting buffed 3 months ago. No one was fucking using it against bugs. Or even bots, for that matter, even though it's good against bots, right? Although Scorcher's still better. It's just people weren't even using it. And I just use it because it's just a fun, quirky, cute little weapon. It just kind of does a little bit of everything, right? And we're finding cases where it doesn't work out, right? Where they just, like with the fucking new big heads, I forgot what they're called, the Nightmare Hive Lords, right? The Nightmare Hive Commanders, like those guys with the extra spikes on them, they just get into like their turbo mode and I can't get them off my dick. Which is something we're going to have to figure out how to deal with that at some point. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. They'll come up with every single fucking excuse to play it harder, like to make the game easier. But the moment you ask for things to be harder, they literally flip the fucking table. They flip the fucking table because they should be able to play on the hardest difficulty too. It's entitlement. It's 100% entitlement to play on the Alpha Commanders, yeah, to play on the hardest difficulty. And it's, I don't know. I don't fucking. It is really fucking weird, and I think it's partially perpetuated by the fact that the difficulties were so close together to begin with. We talked about the bell curve for difficulties in the game and how it feels like almost everyone, if you look at a distribution of players, almost all the player base was near diff 9 to begin with, like diff 7 through 9, and they're like, what's one extra difficulty? I should be able to play on it too, right? It's one of those things. We talked about with the spear too, where it felt like, because they felt cheated out of a weapon that could drastically help them even though they can't aim properly, which, it does. There's aim assist weapons in the game. I have no problems with them. They just have to take a hit in terms of power level because they're, doing something that is something you're supposed to be, be able to do with skill, right? Just 110s, the rail cannon, all things that have aim assist built into it. There should be an aim assist pistol at this point too, or aim assist weapon like a smart gun. There's a lot of cool shit, by the way, in other games, and I really hope they add a smart gun at some point. And once again, a smart gun isn't even necessarily the fact that it's going to be like super powerful. It'll just help people that can't aim once again. So, go for the legs. Well, that's if you have a gun to leg them. And the plasma grenade launcher doesn't do that. Plasma grenade launcher, you have to poop them under the chin. The problem with them getting near me is the fact that the plasma grenade launcher does a shitload of damage to yourself. It's one of the reasons people don't use it against bugs. It does a shitload of damage to yourself if you get hit with your own blast. It's like half my HP when I'm on light armor with padding. So it's basically it'll get me killed. With the tenderizer, you can leg the big heads. With the adjudicator, I haven't used the adjudicator against the new units, so we're relatively fresh to diff 10 because I just started playing again and diff 10's new. So it'll take a little bit to figure out whether or not what works and what doesn't work. Hopefully we'll get to that later tonight and not nearly have a podcast as last night. Anyways, I did want to address the Incendiary Breaker. We wanted to talk a little bit about that Incendiary Breaker and the flamethrowers in general. Let's see. What the fuck? Let's see. But then as Arrowhead Shams Jorny said it could be worse. I'd take this any day of the week over nobody giving a shit. Bravo, Shams. Yeah, throw your dick out there. Although Reddit's going to try and cut it off now, just like it did to... Remember Frederick, guys. Always remember Frederick. Always remember the sacrifices Frederick made to the game when he said in a resounding voice, to Reddit, get good. And then Reddit turned him into HR. They turned into Karen's, turned him into HR, and he had to make an apology speech. I fucking love that. Yeah, he legit, like, one day said, get good, and then later that day, Reddit roasted him over the coals for saying that because no one at the company should say that to fucking Reddit. And then the next day, he had to issue an apology. Obviously, there is some level of professionalism that is there, and we've talked extensively about why there should be a buffer between the developers and the community, specifically so they don't have to deal with Karens. That's what CSRs are for, customer service representatives. That's what PR is for, public relations is for. That's for people, basically, their job is literally there to have people spit on them, yell at them, and scream at them, and, you know, the developers are basically fine, right? Twin Beards did a pretty good job. Good evening, Mr. Point, because for some reason, YouTube has recommended you my mobile stream. So if you click on my username, you'll find I stream both in tandem. One is my mobile stream and one is my normal stream, the landscape mode. Most people watch the landscape mode, but some people watch the mobile stream, depending if you're on a mobile device or not. But I have both of them. You got trolled by YouTube. That just happens to be what they recommended to you, and I don't know why, it just happens, so I have both. I do like that, though. It engages people. The sideways stream engages people. But basically with that, you just turn off landscape, you turn your phone sideways so you can, you know, have a mobile picture, right? I always remember Frederick. They should make a cape for Frederick. I really think they should, like some sort of thing. Remember the one voice that stood out against the rest, or something like that. Because we covered it when I saw it on Reddit, and I thought it was fucking hilarious. You're on PC? I don't know. It's just what it does. YouTube is a mysterious box, Mr. Point. It's a mysterious box. And by the way, I am talking with people on TikTok right now, but for some reason TikTok chat doesn't always work. I don't know why. It's just, it's the only platform where the chat just doesn't always work. It's some sort of thing to make you try to get locked into their platform. And all it does is, I have legit the live studio for TikTok open right now. The chat is not keeping up with the actual chat. I have a chat for TikTok open on my streaming PC that's supposed to catch the chat. It's not up to date. And I have a chat open on my left screen here that has TikTok on it just to make sure I have it. Actually, two chats. One doesn't work, and the other one, it does right now. I don't know why. Streaming is a mysterious box. Frederick took one for the team. I talked exactly, like, when he said that and when we saw it, I legit said exactly what I'm saying now. And I've talked about this, guys. I will talk about this game for years after this is done. I don't care if I'm not playing anymore. This is one of those games just like H1Z1, like PlanetSide 2, like Overwatch, and maybe World of Warcraft 2, where it's just one of these things where and Battlefield games where there's these interesting nuggets that are dropped that you don't get anywhere else, and you just get to experience them, and they're little tasty bits, yeah. Because Frederick was right, by the way. That was when the railgun meta was big, and in order to kill the chargers, you had to pop the leg armor off and shoot the leg, right? Yeah, which Reddit got nerfed. I always remember what they did to the chargers. They nerfed the chargers, right? They nerfed the chargers because people were complaining, they were crying after their entire team got farmed in Div 6 and they couldn't figure out how to kill the charger. Which you would, if you know how to play the game, is an absolute joke, right? But they just are screaming and kicking on Reddit and just crying, and there's no way that they could possibly deal with deal with chargers. They were, oh my god, so ridiculously amazing. And they're so powerful. They're these mini bosses that are completely untouchable, and you're like, they're just their entire team. They lost all their reinforcements to one charger, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. They're getting farmed by a charger, you know. And one of the responses to that was Frederick just saying, "Get good," which is true, because you could watch any big streamer and realize that you just pop the armor. That's it, right? And you know, at some level, maybe they could actually make where they could make a Civilopedia for this game, which is just a manual. It's basically like Wikipedia does, and that can include tactics for ways of dealing with enemies, and that might not be a bad thing, right? Giving people the opportunity to learn. Most people will go and look at Twitch to see what they're doing, or streaming platform with XYZ streamer to see what they're doing to deal with situations, right? But they can also add stuff to the game as tips and hints to dealing with units, so people can figure it out, right? And it's one of those things. But the important thing, though, with this game is a lot of people seem to think this is some sort of like COD Zombies, and it's supposed to be super fucking easy where you just stand in a firing line and throw stratagems on bug holes and just like don't move at all. And that's incredibly fucking boring because it's incredibly fucking easy. And a lot of people really just want this game just to be easy mode. And when the game first came out, it was very difficult. It was extremely difficult. They've since nerfed it in multiple different ways through either buffing weapons, nerfing enemies, changing the composition amount of enemies, and the stats on the enemies, to the point where we're in Diff 9, where we played that for 2 months, and it was absolutely easy mode, where majority of Diff 9 missions, we wouldn't even lose like 5 lives and be playing against bugs, if that, maybe 3, and you'd finish the mission. I stopped hosting my own games because they would be done in 10 minutes, and we'd extract with 100% completion, and like no one dies, and I didn't do anything. It was boring. It was absolutely boring as shit. And I just argued with a guy on Reddit that clearly can't actually play on Diff 9, and just like he's just making up all sorts of bullshit as to why that actually is happening. And like, I'm just supposed to like, yeah honey, okay, yeah it's good, yeah, okay, you can, yeah, okay, we'll just, you know, like, I'm supposed to be able to enjoy the game too, and it shouldn't be through artificial means. And lowering the difficulty is not an artificial mean, just like increasing the difficulty is not an artificial mean. It's supposed to be there as a way for people to actually play the game and enjoy it, right? I can't turn up the difficulty to something that's enjoyable for me. I'm not alone. I'm not the only person that enjoys difficult experiences. There's plenty of people that play Dark Souls. It's a game that's built around the idea of having these super hardcore boss battles that are really engaging and really fulfilling when you beat them, but you'll die along the way, right? I don't know. A lot of what Arrow is trying to do is sensible in terms of optics. Yeah, well, I mean, that's why I said that the developers just shouldn't actually talk to people in social media. It is, I've talked about this before, but it definitely seems as though their personal Discord for their employees is literally the Discord we're on as a public, and it makes it very difficult for the two to disengage each other, specifically the employees, because they probably go to Discord for their work, and then they just tab into channels when they're bored, and like social media can definitely be a drain on people. And they just tab into the channels to see what's going on. They find someone, you know, complaining about something, and they internally have a completely different discussion because it doesn't make sense. And like the two disjointed point of views are obviously going to have an argument, and then it just gets dirty after that point because almost no one argues. Like the guy I just argued with, almost no one argues in a way that's actually like they try to be not chivalrous, just upstanding individual. It's like they don't try to like uphold any sort of, you know, ethics or, you know, conduct, any sort of conduct between individuals. It's not about, for most people, arguing is not about actually coming to some sort of mutual agreement about something that's a disagreement. It is about, ends up turning into hurting the other person more than they're hurt. And it turns into emo emotions. It turns into emotions to feels. And obviously you can't have a legitimate conversation about something objective, such as, you know, a game that you want to actually change, when it just turns into mud flinging, right? That's pretty much it. Everyone just tries to throw their mud. Yeah. It's terrible for employee architecture. Yes, it is. I'd like almost every other game, I'm pretty sure their Discords are separate. And in the case of, like, you see how in-depth it is? I'm pretty sure their Discord, their public Discord, is the same one as their private Discord. They're all on the same Discord. And that obviously probably is pretty terrible for morale and just productivity and people just being able to, you know, deal with things on a day-to-day basis. But that's kind of the way it is. It's the way it's set up. But I don't know. Anyways, in general, that's the whole reason you have, like, in most games, developers will not actively talk to the community. And if they do, there is a developer that is the person that talks to the community, right? Besides some commentary, like a video or something. For the most part, the only person that will actually talk to the community about the work is the designated individual. Like in this case, maybe Shams is the designated individual. And then besides that, you have the CSR, like Twin Beards, right? Which did a pretty good job during the Sony controversy when everyone else was setting fire to shit. He did a pretty good job of being relatively level-headed when everyone was trying to burn things down. So, like, you know, there's supposed to be a buffer there. Anyways, we haven't finished reading this. I'd take this any day of the week over nobody giving a shit. It's true. If people actually care about what you're doing, that's much better than no one caring at all. Because if no one cares at all, that means they're past the point of actually giving a shit. They're to the point of no shit's given, which means they don't care about what you're doing. If they still care, that means at least something is going right, right? Let's get Charles in here instead. Let's get through this better.
Helldivers 2 players are at it again. Arrowhead nerfed the fan-favorite flamethrower in the recent escalation of Freedom Patch, and the community
For some reason,
has not
Botrix
taken it
doesn't
well.
always work with the command. I
But
can just
in
give you
the
the
eyes
link.
of Arrowhead CEO Shams Georgiani, it could be worse. I'd take this any day of the week over nobody giving a shit, Georgiani said recently while chatting with fans on the Helldivers Discord. And to be clear, I have no problem with what's happening now. We want people to tell us what they like and not. What's happening now, as Georgiani put it, is a pretty fierce blowback to flamethrower nerfs that drastically reduced its effectiveness against charges. As PCG diver Morgan Park noted yesterday, the pre-nerf flamethrower was a prime choice as a support weapon because its power justified the risk of burning yourself and your teammates in the midst of combat. That's no longer the case, and it's led to an uproar on Reddit and Discord, and, as usual, a fresh influx of negative user reviews on Steam. More than 2,500 of them over the past 3 days.
So metrics like that, basically the kids in Helldivers have learned to leave negative reviews when they don't like something, and that just, like, it's a way of changing the game development. But as we've talked about, Reddit is not the best indicator of making things better. Hence why the last 2 months, basically the player base went to shit. After they basically nerfed everything, because it turns out people didn't really enjoy easy mode. In general, it's just not fun. In addition to other things in the game, such as balance being off. It's just easy mode was bad. It wasn't enjoyable for anyone. Well, maybe for some people that thought they were enjoying it, but they actually didn't enjoy it, which is why they quit in the first place, because it wasn't actually challenging, or in their case, probably not engaging. They didn't feel it engaging enough. Even though it was easy, it wasn't engaging enough. If you guys ever look at a flow curve for engaging in flow from psychiatry, it involves a task at which you are able to perform at it, and it is not too easy and it's not too hard. If it's too hard, it deters you, and if it's too easy, you don't get to learn anything from it, and it's not actually engaging. Flow psychology actually being pretty close to a lot of things, and hand in hand oftentimes with fun. But people don't think that way. They're like, oh, just make it easier because I enjoy when I win, right? People oftentimes, hand in hand with each other, almost no one will say they can have fun when they aren't winning. They'll say they can, but they don't. Almost everyone regards winning as fun. It's like a direct correlation in their mind. And if they don't win, they aren't having fun. Like, it's a direct relationship between the two, even though it shouldn't be, because you can have fun while losing. It's possible. Just for most people, the two are almost directly tied to it. Good evening, Odie. They're almost directly tied to it. And as such, they will assume then, because win equals fun, that they have to then win, because then they'll have fun, but they don't realize that they aren't just having fun because they're winning. They're having fun because it was challenging and enjoyable to get there. We talked about every single time prior to going on break for Rivals. Every single time we got one of the very few hard Diff 9 missions. Very few hard Diff 9 missions. You'd see people unrelated to me in chat go GG or wow fun or something like that, or love. We had that one Chinese guy that obviously spoke in broken English, just like love, fun. And that was pretty much all he said the entire game. And yeah, like, people will assume that the two are directly linked to each other. Therefore, if win equals fun, then easy makes win easier, which equals more fun. But it's not. It's not the way it works. And Dark Souls is a testament to that, right? Dark Souls is generally not a very easy game for most people, and that was very frustrating, but at the end of it, you get more catharsis out of it and like a job well done, because you actually were able to do something that you are able to overcome something and give you an elicited emotional response out of you. There's a lot of people nowadays that can't seem like, not to prey on the whole, what is the quote? Instant gratification. There we go. Well, not to prey on the whole idea of instant gratification, newer generations being more in tune with it, but it is very much kind of a problem of that, where they want it easier so they get more of it, but they don't realize that it's not going to make more of it. Actually, when it's easier, even though you're winning more, you're actually going to end up not liking it more because it just gets boring then. Because you're on the flow curve, you're going down here where you don't actually learn anything about it. Good evening, noob. Well, maybe that's what we're talking about right now, in multiple different ways. I just want the CEO to be smart enough to understand how to make money with this game so that it's not to die in a premature death. They made a bank. I don't think this game's dying anytime soon. So, like, they legit could literally go on vacation for 2 years from now and come up with probably Helldivers 3 in, like, 3 years from now, and they'd probably still be fine. Like, they literally made a boatload of money for the size of their company. It's assumedly for the size of their company. They were talking about how their company was still relatively small compared to the size of their success earlier this year. So, they made an absolute shitload of money on the game already, and I don't think they're having any financial issues, which is kind of weird because we talked about how their company should scale up. They should be scaling up right now to meet the demands of people, that what people want for the game, and instead they're just kind of flatlining. And I guess, like, if there's not talent in Sweden, then you outsource, right? You get other people to help contribute, other companies to help contribute with it, and hire talent that's fantastic at balancing stuff, fantastic at helping balance stuff, help you out. But there aren't. I'm pretty sure their cash reserves are fine. This, like, financially, they could tell Reddit to go kick sticks and not release an update for 3 years, and they'd probably be fine financially. They have enough money to start another game. So,
Some of the discontent is no doubt a flare-up of the unhappiness that followed anger over Helldivers 2 balance changes in June. And a meltdown in May over plans to require players to have a PSN account in order to play.
Nothing to do with June.
So while the nerf itself doesn't seem like something that would warrant this kind of reaction,
Only controversy
it's
was
one
like in
change
May.
to just one weapon. The Helldivers community is, let's say, a little touchy about these things right now.
That's called being a Karen.
While some players are obviously not happy, the vast majority of them aren't becoming abusive, which is why Georgiani is willing to wade into the conversation.
Also, he's a voice.
People are super vocal right now, but I'm perfectly fine with it, he wrote. People are super civil and making
not sure about that one.
Multiple topics.
Not sure about that one, but it's his job to kind of, be in between, right? So this actually, just like we talked about a little bit ago, earlier in the stream, this I don't have a problem with. When you have one person, when it's not just a bunch of employees just saying random shit like "get good," R.I.P. Frederick, get good, goodbye Frederick, do the walk of shame. When you have like someone that's the head of the company that can taper his reactions and give a good, well thought out response, there's nothing wrong with this because he's like kind of the leading voice of the company right now, right? He's the person people are paying attention to, and he can offer a pros and cons level feedback on what's going on around it, right? Even if it means people are going to try and shit on him, he's allegedly, based on what he's doing right here, capable of taking it because he's in a position of being a CEO in the first place. He's used to people just being assholes sometimes, because if you've been in business, guys, there's a lot of people that are just dickheads, and sometimes you even have to deal with people that are dickheads even if you don't like them, because it's just business, as it turns out. So you have to put aside your feels and actually be able to come to an objective response that is hopefully amicable and works for both parties that are involved, right? That's part of negotiation skills. And there's nothing wrong with this. There's nothing wrong with what he's doing here, as long as he knows what he's doing, and it's not just a random outburst from a CSR or a dev that's like I said, it's actually kind of it's really kind of shitty that it feels like I don't know for certain, but I'm pretty sure their personal Discord is the public Discord, and they're literally just they are literally stuck into each other, because you can't just turn it off or leave the Discord, because that's where you have to work. It's your workplace, it's your Slack, right? So yeah.
Georgiani said that balancing Helldivers 2 to ensure it's fun isn't as easy as
I
it
mean,
sounds. Because fun is subjective to different people. He also said Arrowhead needs to do a better job of catering to different playstyles.
Literally said that
and
the
of
BetterDivers good.
communicating its intent to players. Something he said developers will start to do via regular streams, more blogs and vlogs in the not-so-distant future.
Maybe. Yeah, that's
Image
better.
credit, Shams Georgiani, Discord. He also emphasized that despite what some players may think, Arrowhead is working in good faith to make Helldivers 2 the best game it can be.
So, streams are very visceral, and what you're going to find out are people are literally going to go to the streams to try and shit on the developer. It's a little bit different if you have a pre-recorded stream, or if you're talking about a vlog or blog. These are fine, where people are just reading stuff and reacting to it. But something that's live, this is where stuff gets heated and people turn into assholes. I'm relatively accustomed to people being douchebags, and I just ban them, right? But most people aren't to that point, which arguably is why Twitch became kind of, not really a Care Bear land, but kind of became sort of the place it is currently in terms of like how strict it is regarding different sort of policies, and there's almost no leeway, is because people complained about they weren't used to it. I wouldn't put my developers in a place where they are actively like dealing with the community. Now, if you have two developers that are playing the games, and then you have one person, a CSR, that is reading chat and finds good questions to tell the stream or tell the developers to ask for their feedback on, that's different. That is very different, right? Because it's filtering it through the CSR, then looks at the trough of shit that's being spewed into chat, and then gives them feedback that is, like meaningful, that you can answer a question on something that actually matters. That's different. That is 100% different. But if you just throw your fucking developers into the wolves, they're gonna have their it's not gonna be pretty, which is arguably what Discord is right now. I don't have any problems with blogs and vlogs or stuff like that. We don't really cover them because at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter what the reasoning or the rationale is behind decisions. What matters is basically what comes out, and that's pretty much it. It doesn't matter what the rationale is. It depends on whether or not it's good or not, what they do, and how it helps improve the game, right? I tend to be relatively good at discerning between the two, even if I don't play, like, let's say, a certain style of gameplay, like Sniper we talked about before. I'm not a sniper, but I understand why they're in video games, right? I can understand the viewpoint and why it's kind of a sometimes needed role and sometimes an abused role. But it's something generally people want to do in a video game, right? And it's arguably, it's something that people look for in a game. It's fun for them. That isn't really an issue though. But yeah, the regular streams don't feed your devs to the wolves. I mean, that's like I said, that's like what Discord is. But I'm also like I said, I'm not really into reading developer commentary. We are going to tonight, which is what I was going to talk about here. We are going to tonight, but that's purely because I'm interested in why they changed the flamethrower. And we're going to suggest a couple different ways for dealing with the flamethrower. Originally, I thought it was because it was a bug and a way of inadvertently killing chargers too fast would be too applicable to the other flamethrower weapons, so they had to find a way of fixing the bug, which now is shooting the pooper. But we'll get to that here in a second.
At the end of the day, it's not one wizard behind the scenes pulling all the strings. Different people, different teams, sometimes things lean one way, another time a different way, he wrote. Our intention is obviously that every patch moves the needle more in the right direction. This patch has tons of other improvements that did. That's not being discussed so much because the nerfs are overshadowing it.
As it does pretty much in the last couple patches.
That doesn't mean we're not doing work in good faith, or that we'll stop. But that we're human and sometimes we flounder.
I mean, sometimes also humans overreact to something because it was what they've been using for the last 2 months and they think it's the only way to play the game. So, what we talked about last night, and I'm not going to get too much into it because that was a really long discussion where we talked about stat, as we did at the beginning of the stream too. Talked about ways to parse stats, is people, I think, were assuming that the Incendiary Breaker was doing a lot more work than other weapons because of the number of kill streak that they're getting, which is purely just essentially finishing off units, which isn't the same thing as dealing damage, or even being lethal with the weapon itself. Rather, you just finishing off units that could be damaged through other means, especially if you're around teammates. Yeah, so A lot of people were led to the conclusion that the Incinerator itself was actually much better than it was performing in the game. It's one of the reasons I don't actually use it, because it was better than average, but it wasn't super amazing. You could paint with it, and as we talked before, if people were painting with it, it meant that you're gonna get kill streak and you're gonna do more damage than average. But a lot of people weren't even painting with it; they're just shooting one unit like a breaker. And if all you do is target a single target unit, it's actually better to use a breaker than it is an incinerator breaker, because the single target damage of the incinerator breaker is actually lower than a breaker, the DPS wise, that is. I disagree on that, Odie. The game definitely turned around. It bottomed out 2 weeks ago, I think, at 10k at night, and it's been going up, and since the patch, obviously, it went up again, so it has to bottom out first before it starts going up, and I guess that's where they got to, and it bottomed out when the game was super fucking easy, too, so, I mean, that was part of it as well. It's just like they made it easier and easier, and then became too easy. As far as getting good, yeah, that's why you have a buffer there, is you just don't have your employees telling around people to get good, because, people don't like being told to get good. And Reddit doesn't like being told to get good. They want to make the game easy, force everyone to play on the easy, so then they don't realize that they're bad because people are playing on higher difficulties than they are. Wait, what? Yeah, so what we talked about last night, and as I mentioned before, what we're going to talk about tonight isn't really going to be exactly the same thing. But the Incinerator Breaker was nerfed because of the prevalence of it, right? And we've talked about this prior to last night's patch. We talked about this a couple different times over the last few weeks, especially when they're talking about the new war bond coming out, and I was talking about the overall prevalence of the Incinerator Breaker in games, because almost all my games had like 2 people using it against bugs, 2 or 3 people using it. And I'm not even a data point because I'm an outlier, and I almost always use the Plasma Breaker, or the Plasma Grenade Launcher. Almost every single match I'm using it because I find it a fun weapon. So I don't really even count as a data point because I'm always just basically out of the data pool. So, as we mentioned, it's actually probably a lot higher than 30% that he claims. I think that's 30% over the entirety of the player base. But if you look at like Diff 8 and Diff 9, it's probably a lot higher than that. Or now Diff 10 too. It was probably a lot higher than that. But I don't have stats on that because they didn't release any stats. But they also didn't talk specifically about only certain difficulty tiers. They talked about all tiers. And as I mentioned, I think below like Diff 7, it doesn't even matter what people are using. It'll just work out. I don't think it's 30%. I think that's 30% over the entire spectrum of the game. But if you honed in on Diff 8 and 9, it would actually be a lot higher than that. And that's where it actually matters, because that's where you meet the stone, right? The tires meet the road sort of ordeal, where you actually have to perform well, and you can't perform well if you're using stuff that sucks, or arguably then sometimes people are using stuff that just isn't actually super amazing, but they've been told it's super great. And what I said wasn't that they should nerf it, but rather I said they should have turned it off for about a week and a half to 2 weeks, so people can try to put it in maintenance, that there's something wrong with it, And if they want to be assholes, they could just turn off the dot on it so it does like 1 tick of fire damage, so it'll still score the finishing, like the finishing kill, just so it'll mark it and artificially show up in the kill feed, but it doesn't actually do damage. And I guarantee you, almost no one's going to notice the difference. Someone will probably test it, but most people won't actually notice that it's anything different than what was already in the game. It's one of the reasons I suggested different metrics for to replace the current metrics in the game, which we talked about really early on in the game. It's never really been an issue, but now it's becoming apparent that people need more feedback on what they're actually doing in the game and whether or not what they're doing is actually performing well. And there's no stats in the game that actually tell you. It's just kills. That's the only stat that actually gives you a performance indicator, is just kills. There's nothing else. You can kind of make a case maybe for deaths and extracted samples, but Diff 9, almost no one was dying, so that didn't really matter. Against bots, people were dying, but a lot of people don't play bots, and, arguably both have to be hard, right? I'll drop fast again, so let's taste things about the game. Yep. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that they have to balance. I've mentioned time and time again that game balance is probably one of the easiest things they can tweak, because all the assets are currently in the game, and they're essentially locked in stasis right now, where it doesn't need to be best in slot, it just needs to be, usable, right? It needs to be at a usable level. And there's a lot of things in the game on bugs that people can use, and people were only using Incinerator Breakers, so I don't know. That's one of the biggest problems with the Incinerator Breaker, is just people weren't trying other things. I don't know why they weren't trying other things either. Just really, like I said, I think it was the kill counter in the bottom of the screen. But yeah, new factions obviously very important. That was very important early on, which they've been putting off. New tiles. I mean, I'm reiterating the wheel at this point, which we aren't going to do, but because I need to actually finish the podcast at some point. My Achilles heel, guys, my fucking Achilles heel is legit talking. So we need to move on. We need to move on here. I wanted to take a look at that. Where Shams... Oh, we wanted to actually go through here real quick. So Sham says the community can get fucked if they don't like what's going on, but they'll take feedback. No reason whatsoever. How would you armor up the pictured plane for content? The red dots show the plane has managed to survive and get back to the base. People using realism as balancing mechanics are silly. Yeah. This is a World War II analysis of planes where they're getting shot down and figuring out how to armor the planes to make them more survivable. That's been around. This didn't go too well. Firearms expert reacts to Helldivers 2. Don't care. Another realism balancing aspect. Charger meta meme. Charger Mesa, what is your wisdom? Railgun, Eruptor, Quasar, Flamethrower nerfs were mostly to balance me, not the guns. Yeah, that's part of game balance. 5,000 upvotes on this. Yeah, as it turns out, you have to nerf things that are OP. It's true. Quasar still works, I mean, I take it constantly, so. Review bombing is a democratic protected right if you don't like it too bad, and I can still complain about you review bombing because you're a pussy. So, I can complain about you being a Karen and trying to get your way. That is also my democratic right, so that goes both ways. Go fuck yourself. Blah, 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 blah. Realism as a balancing mechanic again. Not gonna look at that. I just extracted the egg on Diff 10 and was only rotor with 6 super samples. Okay. But you just wanted to give you free shitloads of free stuff? Fuck off. Everyone being surprised one of the new fire weapons are bad after the nerf fire. The fire weapons are only bad against actually, they might be bad against other things too, because it isn't just chargers. I don't think that it actually pierces anymore, does it? We haven't tried the new Warbond tonight, which we're gonna have to get to. Flamethrower meta outrage is the reason why you shouldn't nerf the meta without understanding why the meta exists. There's plenty of other things that work besides flamethrowers. I use them every night. So, no, that's not true. Or if they say, okay, but why do you make fire so awful and generic? Both look bad. I think they tried to improve the visuals and they sidestepped on it. Both look bad. Original might actually be closer to real life flamethrowers. This looks like a torch that you don't have set up to burn at the right temperature, where it's just leaking a bunch of gas out. The left looks better, both look bad, and it looks like they're trying to improve it, but didn't necessarily improve it. Super Earth biologist friend told me to discover new evolution charges. Playing on the meme right now of the guy that the guy that discovered that a super hot ball of steel can't burn through pineapple. It was something that's trending right now. Yeah, it's in on socials right now. So there's a play on that, which is actually kind of curious. And people are the debunking websites are saying it's a Leidenfrost effect, which is it forms a layer between the ball, super thin layer of gas between the ball and the pineapple, which then causes it to basically buffer it. But which is actually pretty cool in and of itself, but I don't think it is, because Lead and Frost effect usually affects things that are very lighter, much lighter. I've seen this before, but... Big mistake for Shams to put out a message like that? I disagree. He's being relatively level-headed on it. Yeah, so getting bent over isn't exactly the stance you want to make all the time for your customers. The customer's always right, is the meme. Yeah, to a certain extent, but once again, that's why you have CSRs. And if what he's saying is actually relatively level-headed and thought out, I don't see a problem with it, and I think he did a relatively good job on that. We're still looking at feedback. Main reason the player base is upset is because we gave Arrowhead more grace than other developers. They squandered all that good faith. What the fuck is this guy even talking about? He's acting like he's entitled, and we're giving them free passes on shit. The entire Reddit community just literally burns Arrowhead for anything. What the fuck is this guy talking about? Holy fuck. The torture is ridiculously damaged. It doesn't seem to damage groups' enemies either. Torture was the one I was actually looking forward to. Is that the... Oh, that's some primary. I'd try burning the ground. I mean, we'll take a look at this later. He was trying to direct fire them. We've heard your feedback. Yeah. So there's a forum open now to reply to the changes now, which is probably just going to be a bunch of people ranting, by the way, in private. Basically, you can open essentially a ticket for great to the developers. Look how terrible the cookout is. Mediocre weapon no one will use. Stats are definitely not telling the whole story in the game. Guys, if we say good things about it, then it'll be nerfed to the ground. No one's saying good things about the Cinder Breaker and it got nerfed to the ground, so... Not nerfed to the ground, just nerfed. People using stats in the game as the end-all be-all of balancing metrics. Include the dot damage. Okay. What I'm actually curious about on the developer commentary, which we're going to talk a little bit about, is the changes to the Incinerator Breaker, as well as... Was it not on here? Flamethrower. They don't have the flamethrower on here. What? They don't actually have the fire damage change on here, which is the big one. Okay. Well, the one I actually wanted to discuss was the the flamethrower changes, guys. Multiple changes to the fire damage. The Sabrebreaker being one of the most powerful weapons in the game. As it absolutely dominated the terminated front line, is a bit too reliable when facing bugs, overshadowing other weapons. By increasing the recoil and reducing the maximum number of magazines, we intend to make the Sabrebreaker more damaging for the weapon good economy. Good ammo economy while making immense power intact. You actually have to try this. Maybe we'll actually take a look at this prior to, like, tonight.
After multiple changes to the fire damage, the Incendiary Breaker quickly became one of the most powerful weapons in the game, as it absolutely dominated the Terminid frontline and is a bit too reliable when facing the bugs, overshadowing the other weapons. By increasing the recoil and reducing the maximum number of magazines, we intend to make Incendiary Breaker more demanding for good ammo economy, while keeping its immense power intact.
So, putting aside the fact that I don't know exactly how much it was nerfed, ammo is one of the things that, well, it is a resource and shouldn't be completely removed from a game. Ammo is usually one of the things you want to tackle kind of last as a balancing mechanic, unless it's something very special, like a sniper, right? Where you have to make each shot count, and you don't want to really run into... If you have a consistent damage weapon, you don't really run into a case where you just... running out of ammo constantly, because then it's not fun, much in the way the SMGs are and the assault rifles are, right? Because it's actually not fun. The higher the fire rate, the more you get punished for low ammo counts, right? Yeah. So I thought they're actually going to talk about why they changed the flamethrower in here, and that's what we're going to cover tonight, but it's not actually here. Everything else is here except for the biggest change that actually matters. Well, the Incinerator as well. Shams talked about it was overprevalence against, which by the way has been taken. I've seen quotes, by the way, that have been taken completely misquoted and completely taken out of context. Shams said that the majority of the player base, well, not a lot of people were using it, 30% of the people were using it, right? And I read, I think it was a Game Informer. Was it Game Informer? Anyways, I read a an article on social media earlier today that said, Sham said they nerfed the Incinerator Breaker because people were having too much fun. It's like, yeah, totally. That's exactly what he said. And that, by the way, is nowhere. I mean, it depends on what weapon you're talking about, but we'll actually play with the Incinerator Breaker here tonight in a little bit. Let's see. Well, that was actually what I was going to look at here, and that's not here. Either way, you guys got me talking for like an hour and a half, so that's fine. I guess we'll cover it after tonight, where we're gonna use the fire weapons more often, and see what exactly is going on with them, whether or not they're just completely broken, or if Reddit is once again just literally just throwing fits for no real reason. We'll see. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go wash up my coffee cup after I finish it, and then we're gonna play Gamas here, guys. We're gonna get into some Helldivers. This, by the way, I think is incredibly important going forward into the future, because I don't even know if the developers have stats on stuff that's happening in the game, which, if they don't, is kind of important, sort of important for parsing things here, is that you actually have stats. Kind of, sort of important. And they might not actually have that. Kind of, sort of, kind of important. There's a lot of different ways to buff and nerf stuff, and with video game development, it's not always a silver bullet. And sometimes there's multiple correct answers, although sometimes more optimal answers, which is what the BetterDivers guide is, right? This, by the way, I think has always been important, by the way. It's just not been kind of something that's paramount to have, but now it seems as though people need to be able to tell when they're doing good and when they're doing bad, and that helps. Stats helps immensely in that regard. By the way, apparently you aren't good at the game unless you play solo, because solo is much more difficult than playing quads. I actually refuse to play with less than 3 people because it's actually easy. Fucking Reddit. A lot less spawns. Fucking Reddit gets. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's why what I suggested wasn't that they should nerf it. I suggested they should disable it for a little bit to give people time to... I didn't even think the Incinerator Breaker needed to be nerfed. We're going to play around with it here in a little bit tonight. Even though I like the plasma grenade launcher. Apparently I'm a meta slave, though, because I'm using the plasma grenade launcher, which everyone uses against bugs. Oh, gee, like, they didn't even fucking spend 5 seconds looking at my stream. I'll be back, guys. And we'll play. You're back.
Helldivers are willing to give their lives to protect our liberty. Helldivers, all heroes wear capes.
All right. Well, I mean, negative feedback isn't inherently just right, just because it's negative. It's what you're implying. Community has some really, really, really weird perceptions of video game development, and I mean, we just talked about how basically they're equating fun to just being easy, because it means you win. And that's clearly not the case. You just aren't having fun because you're winning constantly. So then they try to make things easy because that means more fun. But then that means they don't play, and then it's boring. Alright. Oh no, I have to spend 100 of my 5,300 super credits that the game basically has just given me. I had more. I don't know where they went. Plasma Punisher, excuse me, Punisher. Pain is actually weapons, obviously. Fire-resistant armor. This is light? Yes. Only there was emote wheel, so you could actually have multiple emotes that are well designed at your fingertips, right? Only you have emotes at your fingertips. This is one I'm actually interested in as a CRISPR, but apparently it sucks, so. Fire safety officer. That's what they call me on Reddit, guys. Making sure stuff doesn't get too out of control, right? Yeah. Let's see. Locking random things right now. Right. What I want to start out with is probably using different primary. Try this. Aaron can take any other armor. He's a new CEO. It used to be Piltz. Piltz actually kind of feels like he just kind of went out of the limelight. I think he might have found it like too stressful or not controversial. At odds with people he probably liked, is my guess. I haven't really heard much from Piltz after he changed roles. Throwable inventory capacity. CEO of this game. I mean, you literally just told it. You just said to do fucking everything the community wants.
Ready, Helldiver?
I don't think that's necessarily the end game for this game. Piss Planet. Piss Planet, I believe, has yeah, acid storms, which is new. Let's do Urson.
The bugs are a plague. You are the vaccine.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime.
Not sure Reddit always has the best intentions of the game at mind.
Orbit synchronized.
Maybe? Scatter. What was I doing last night? We're gonna do clusters again. Oh, I was taking the AR dog, wasn't I? AR dog, which is fun because it's different. And sand dunes. I'll take stamina instead. Almost no scatter. Let's see you out of ruin it in a week. Oh my god. Lid doesn't believe in himself. That's not the correct answer, Lid. You're supposed to say it'd be fantastic. Once again, the sounds, I swear they've changed. They sound hollow. Damage on this might be a little low, guys. So if you set your... I hope they fix this at some point. It's not when you hit the ground, and rolling on the ground won't put you out. So if you drop and you get set on fire while you're in the jump, you won't actually get put out, which is what just happened just now.
Marking
Okay.
location.
But I gotta go get my shit again. Stop that!
Marking location.
It does feel as though they should remove the ignition period, so you could turn around and just fire it right away. This is my body.
Calling in
I think so.
reinforcements. Helldivers never die.
Fine. It's a lazy dog up north. You move really slow while using it too. I just set myself on fire by diving. What? There are some bugs. So if you hit the ground with the fire on, sometimes it actually goes into your model and sets you on fire. It just set me on fire again. Set myself on fire again. Set my... That's pretty reliable. I think it's like because it gets too close to the ground, and it actually sets the ground on fire right next to you, but it doesn't show up. Why does diving with the flamethrower set you on fire, guys?
Enemy elite, northeast, close. Package acquired. Dropping a pin, northeast, far.
Huh?
Dropping package. Calling down a sentry. Marking location, southwest.
Ah! I don't think this has any ammo in it. Pretty cool planet, yeah. If you look at it a little bit, though, it kind of lacks contrast. Like, it's all this very beigey, right?
Canister's empty. Bug tunnel breach.
And...
Sending in an eagle.
ticks are currently spawning.
Reinforcing. Requesting air support.
Freedom's purity secured.
What? Oh. What the... Apparently someone found the egg?
Sending in an eagle.
Administering freedom.
Say hello to democracy.
What I'm actually really curious about is why when I hit the ground does it set my character on fire constantly. That is definitely a really annoying bug. I think that was with the flamethrower too.
Package acquired. Dropping package. Package acquired. Dropping package.
Oh wait. Aardvark?
My life for Super Earth.
No! No! Boop. Got the back leg? No, I just shot through his legs. There is an aardvark here somewhere. I don't know where the fuck it is. You see those little spirals? That's from the aardvark. The little geysers of shit. There he is.
Package acquired. Dropping package. Package acquired. Dropping package.
Easy.
Fire in the hole.
Even have a normal attack? I don't think he does.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Yeah, he's just moving while on the ground. Hey, that.
How about it?
Liberty dispensed.
Trying to attack me? Can't tell.
Dropping package.
What? That doesn't kill him. I'm learning right now. Go away. Oh, we stripped the leg armor.
Liberty dispensed.
Bug hole. Northbound 100 meters.
Making my life difficult.
Sending in an eagle.
Okay. Not for you. Fuck off.
Sending in an eagle.
Just charged through the middle of him. Okay. Alright.
Sweet lit.
Guy's also slightly desynced, which is why it's skidding around so much. Got through him again. Whoever's controlling this guy is desynced as fuck. There we go. Let's just do that. Not desync, but leggy.
Air support.
It's decent. Big.
New canister.
Get the butt plug? They did not.
Jackpack inbound. Canister's empty. Bug tunnel breach. Sentry south. Requesting air support.
No. No. When you roll around on the ground, guys, you should 100% put yourself out. That's been a thing for a long time. And you do not.
Reporting to the front.
Alright, let's go get my shit.
We've got equipment.
Huh? We're having a learning
Found
experience.
something. Bug outpost
Fuck
spotted.
you and fuck off.
Prepare to exterminate.
Some sort of fuck that's angry that I'm actually running off.
Tagging location.
You gotta be kidding me.
Rare sample acquired.
Freedom threads yet? Extract when ready.
They might as well like a license. They don't need to license it. They can legit just copy paste the shit and it doesn't matter. Cross collabs are oftentimes generally just kind of gimmicks to make people interested in stuff. Don't really need a gimmick. And if anything, it should be Warhammer.
Found something.
Not the butt plug. This is the fake butt plug.
Sending in an eagle. Orbital inbound.
Here's a butt plug. They're currently spewing on my body, guys. That's how much love I get from Joel nowadays.
Rare sample acquired. Reinforcing.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Excuse me, good sir. I can't actually walk through them? What is this game?
Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling in reinforcements.
Extraction is available.
There we go. Still not up yet. Using the aardvark as cover.
Found something. Sending in an eagle.
Alright.
Calling in extraction. Requesting air support. Strike.
I'll pre-stem. And then just run. I guess your teammates are just leaving? Evening, Danny. What's going on? Not a lot. Talking about the Reddit. Talking about how people are overreacting to shit. The usual bit. The new flamethrower kind of looks like balls. I think that has a lot to do with the fact that it doesn't have the same burn damage. You have to use it. There's a warm-up period, and you move really slow while you're using it. Alright, take a look at the pump incendiary breaker. And pump breaker, whatever it is. Try the new fire armor? No. You shouldn't be setting yourself on fire. Like, if you go like this, and you jump, maybe it's just when you're, there's a high probability when you're jumping backwards to set yourself on fire. Like that. Like the flame legs into the ground, which causes there's some sort of desync with the actual like projectile of the flame where it goes underground and sets yourself on fire. Like that shouldn't be happening. If I have enough distance between me and the bugs, that shouldn't actually happen.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Sending in an eagle. New canister.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Sending in an eagle. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
ETA T-minus
Requesting air
10
support.
seconds. Clear landing zone.
Delivering payload.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on
Tell myself, I'm pretty sure it's desync. I am very, very certain what you guys are seeing is the projectile beam actually legs into the ground. Why'd you put a laser right there? It lays into the ground and that actually causes it to set myself on fire. Testing the additional fire resistance? Not really. I mean, it just means you're going to take less damage when you're on fire. So. Why? What the fuck is wrong with you? Fuck off. Exactly sure what he's doing.
Bug outpost destroyed.
Gives a shit about you, dude. Like the cookout shotgun is great stagger. Yeah, a lot of people misconstrue CC weapons. They seem to think that it actually is it's meaningful, not meaningful stat. It's not a stat at all. When CC weapons have trade-offs for what you're doing, just like aim assist weapons do. Either it's a stream sniper or something else. Maybe you thought I was going to get into the shuttle when I was just standing there. You're being a dumbass. Are these guys running around and collecting all the fucking samples? There's no fucking way. What are they doing? Are these cheaters? Yeah, I think we got a cheat lobby. So what you're seeing right now is on a map with spores, you're seeing these guys like D1 over here running around to POIs collecting all the samples because they know where they are. So this guy's probably cheating. C2 is probably also cheating. We're just going to leave. Being a dumbass now. I'll actually call him out. Just set myself on fire with the bug again. What I eat today? Wendy's again. I went out and had to do some stuff. More Wendy's.
Reinforcing. Bug tunnel breach. Sending in an eagle.
Streamer or a friend? Oh, apparently I'm the only one with the actual samples. Alright. I don't know what he's doing then. Oh. So I was the only one that actually collected samples this entire game. Oh, no, someone else had samples. You just picked up mine, though.
Acquired. High-value sample collected.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Oh. Nothing fancy. My food life, unless I go out and do something special, is pretty minimal. No idea what D1 was doing, because when we dropped everything, he didn't have anything, so no fucking idea what the guy was doing in the middle of nowhere for like 5 minutes while we were waiting around. Blue is also the same way. But good. Fun. As far as the fire resistance goes on the armor, though, I don't anticipate it to be all that different or interesting for the most part. Purely, it's just a damage reduction. Yeah. Yeah. Cooking is its own ordeal. It's why I don't like doing it. You legit can spend a shitload of your time cooking. But, you know, works out if you're actually into it, right? No. You make some pretty tasty shit. At one point in my life, I thought about being a chef. It's kind of a weird thing to say when I talk about eating fast food, right? But it just takes too much time.
Well done. Lots of enemies killed, and lots of samples to help us figure out how to kill even more.
What even was it, though? Immediately, right out of the gates. Right out of the gates, it is pretty clear the new... Putting aside the issues with the balance on it, the flamethrower should not be setting you on fire when you're diving. That's some sort of weird bug with the desync between the flame projectile, and your, like when you dive, the model. Also seems as though it doesn't do that much damage, and you can't obviously paint properly with it when you have to sit there and warm it up, and then it's just like the same warm up and cool down as the actual flamethrower does. Try the incendiary breaker, or the pump. Incendiary pump? Is it not a shotgun? always do that when they eat good food, so you obviously have to take that with a grain of salt, right? They always say that.
Mission
A
coordinates
lot of people are
locked.
grateful to eat good food. I'm grateful to eat good food.
Pods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters.
You just talked about it, Lid. Just read up, man. Just read up. Check for scatter. No scatter. We haven't seen scatter since the new patch. AR dog, Quaze dog. Not a dog. Alright.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
The bomb and the help out is... Yeah, it's a unique idea. See, look. See the top left? It actually says what is next in the Seaf. I don't know what triggers this. You see that? Look, it actually says what's in the next in the Seaf. I don't know what does it. I've seen this before, and it's not new. It very rarely tells you what's in the Seaf, and I don't know why.
Requesting advanced weaponry!
Fuck out! Oh, we're dead. Whenever those things fucking get in their turbo mode, they are very difficult to deal with.
Calling in reinforcements!
Yeah? How old are you? Actually, I think you said you're older. There's a lot of things when you get older that you just kind of either learn to tolerate or find taste for. As your palate evolves or you just get old.
Orbital strike. Sending in an eagle. Calling down a sentry.
Sending in an eagle!
There's a poo-poo in there.
Democracy's on its way. Southeast. Close.
Guess S2 was in that? Yeah, so putting aside fixing the bug, well, the light flamethrower and then the heavy flamethrowers, my guess is still exists on that one, too. They probably should remove the, because it's a primary, they should remove the slowdown when you use it. Slowdown as well as the warm-up on it. Ooh, charger in there.
Heavy. Southeast. Close.
Didn't do the nest.
Calling in the orbital strike.
Reinforcing! Request approved. Deploying.
You guys have like 0 samples, guys. Look at this. I'm the only one with samples? Either it's bugged.
Tagging map.
Make your own
Northwest,
cheese.
200 meters.
There is, you know, there's purists in cooking too, right? That want you to make everything. Yeah.
Rare sample acquired.
Fun. It depends on how much. Cooking's a hobby, as well as a job.
Sample collected.
Am I legit the only person in the group with samples?
Requesting advanced weaponry!
A lot of cool stuff you can make. There's a lot of different types of food in the world. Soccer nest. Okay, get fucked.
Say hello to democracy.
And I do have a lot of shells in this thing, so.
Get some! Get some!
Knockback. If you guys haven't used the Punisher before, the shotgun, the Punisher shotgun, actually has an absolute boatload of recoil, not recoil, on knockback. It's probably the most CC heavy weapon in the game. The concussive liver, it has more knockback. No, maybe. Are Helldivers a bunch of crying cunts? The ones on Reddit are. The ones that go to Reddit, almost all of them are crying cunts, yes. I don't think most people in the game are that way, though. There's a lot of people that play this game that have fun, and you can actually talk about Reddit crying, and they'll usually agree with you. There's a very... Oh. It's a large nest. Actually, this is a mega nest. They didn't do the mega nest? You turned around.
Tagging location.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Want to do this. Everyone's just leaving. Like I said, I think radar should actually be revamped and turned into, they actually dropped samples up north, too. Radar should be revamped and turned into a primary objective, where, or not primary, but a main objective, like a blue one. That's on every single map, and it should just be better defended, and it gives you all the information, even on spore maps. Hey, bud.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Yes, a lot of them are. I mean, we make fun of Reddit all the time, and then Reddit completely misconstrues everything that happens on my stream, which just happened earlier tonight, and talk about how I'm a meta slave. You guys. Yoink. Oh. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away.
T-minus 30 seconds.
You use the plasma grenade launcher against bugs every game? That's a meta. You're a meta slave.
ETA
Yeah.
20 seconds.
Orbital inbound.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Oh, they're crying.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
You gotta be kidding me. Don't worry, guys. This game doesn't need harder difficulties. Yep, it's hard enough. People drop samples over by the artillery. We aren't gonna wait for that.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart.
We're going down there.
Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
If you don't enjoy it, it's definitely gonna suck having to do. Yeah, yes it is. You could actually make it. It's gonna be someone's entire job if you live with someone to cook and clean and raise kids and have kids. You know, it's actually kind of remarkable how that's. Well, maybe not so much. How that was actually a job for thousands of years. Really enough, both sides of the political spectrum look down on them now. Far right doesn't really see it as a job, and far left doesn't think that it's actually a job. It's the same shit. Both far sides of the spectrum are the same. When you go far enough left or right, they're the same. You shouldn't do it. Far left is it's obviously demeaning that someone would actually just do that, right? Far left is demeaning, and far right is it's not actually a job.
Another step towards total eradication.
All these games are very, very low kill
Aboard,
count.
Helldiver. The Galactic War
I'm not exactly
needs
sure what that. Why are the kill counts so low for bugs? On here. Metaslave, it's a colloquial people use for people that just play meta stuff. I mean, to play Eagles, but that's because Eagles are that great. They're just really, really fucking good. It's the reason almost everything is on the BetterDivers guide concerning orbitals and turrets. Because it would be nice if they were actually decent, and they aren't. We went through normal Eagle, Eagle Airstrike, we went through Napalm, and now we're on clusters. I'm actually trying to figure out, guys, why we've seen multiple games here where there's really, really few kills, and I don't know why that is. People leaving right away?
Engaging orbital thrusters.
Eradicate, we don't do eradicates. Eradicates are boring. Relatively easy, but boring. Do want to use Incendiary Breaker, so I don't forget about that.
Liberty's enemies march ever closer.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Once again, I haven't seen a scatter since prior to patch. I don't think they said they removed it, did they? Joining the air dog purely as something different. Take the piss. Well, it's actually pretty rare. It is actually extraordinarily rare for people to use something that sucks. Or isn't just super amazing. The prevalence of the Incendiary Breaker was a huge anomaly. In terms of, like, and I think it was mainly, I thought originally it was because of streamers or an influencer that was causing it. But I think it's actually because the stats in the game doesn't tell the whole story. People think it does. Like, they look at the kill streak, and as long as they tag enemies, especially with the dot weapon, they'll usually get the kill for it, and they see streaks, and they think they're doing well. When in fact, they're just finishing off units. That's why we discussed the whole... They're legit done. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Calling down support weapon.
What is doing? Just call it in and then we wait.
Supplies.
Down here. You guys are gonna sit here and try to min-max shit. This is fucking dumb. Especially usually because... So, like, I'll go around and pick up shit, right? But I don't wait until the end of the map to do it. Like the fucking nanny shit where you have to sit here and wait. Like the last game where we had a guy, like, going around picking up POI stuff. The increased amount of damage the machine gun does? Oh, no, it's out.
Reloading.
So far, the Punisher Incendiary doesn't seem that bad.
2 minutes, 30 seconds. I'm out. Heavy. North. On my position. Ending in an eagle.
Oh, no. That's not good.
Sweet liberty, my leg.
Manual reload means you're basically almost never out of ammo for it.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes. Requesting air support. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
I don't think those little things set you on fire either. Like the small fire doesn't set you on fire.
Orbital inbound.
close. That is definitely too close.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Reloading! Mag's empty. Sending in an eagle.
No, we're fine. We're fine. Oh, there it is. Plain RNG, guys.
Sending in an eagle. Reinforcing.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute.
Requesting air support.
I just fell off. Thought it was landing, guys. We actually have 50 seconds.
ETA, T-minus 30 seconds.
Have a taste of democracy.
ETA, T-minus 20 seconds.
Requesting air support.
Delivering payload.
ETA, T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone. Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Hard work. You can't ping it. Why can't I ping it? Am I using the wrong key?
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Alright, well, we're leaving.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Hypothetical question. If the same amount of people use Incendiary Breaker and effectively there's no change in the use of primary weapons in the game, then what should devs do? Nothing or more nerfs? Well, I mean, that's what we were talking about earlier, is just that the Incendiary Breaker I didn't feel needed nerfs. I felt as though the stats that are available do not tell the whole picture, and that purely people just were using it, but thinking that it was the only weapon that they could use because they don't try anything else, and they're just, once again, looking at the stats and thinking that's... They're looking at the kill streak and thinking that's an indicator of, like, damage done, when it's not. And they can't separate the two. So they see the kill streak pop up and they think they're doing super amazing with it when, in fact, they might not be. I think the answer, putting aside which we already addressed, which is adding more stats, or meaningful stats to the game, was disabling it for like a week and a half to 2 weeks. Which is what I suggested prior to them doing that. But I didn't feel as though, like, stuff should be nerfed if it's OP, but I didn't feel as though the Incendiary Breaker was OP.
That should help keep the
Kill counts are very low.
in check.
I'm not exactly sure what's going on here, guys. Why are the Diff 10 missions all so low kill count? Do they change how kills are calculated? Diff 9, we used to constantly get 1,200 kill missions, right? And usually around 1,200 kills in Diff 9. And then occasionally we'd have the crazy missions, which would give us like 1,800 kills.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Welcome aboard. Now they the war is
Orbit synchronized.
If level 9 in here, you guys look like they're AFK.
Helldiver, take command of the galaxy's liberation.
Find a mission that's actually going to go. We can obviously go to the piss planet. I don't want to taint data with the... Because obviously the acid rain is going to change shit, right?
Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Scatter. I haven't really seen a whole lot of Incendiary Breakers since the nerf, have we?
Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Yeah. Yeah. The purist. You're talking to a purist, Odie. Uh-oh. I don't think you're a real chef unless you make everything. Every single component has to be made. You can't buy stuff from the store. You have to grow it, too. Not just make it, you have to grow it. Including all your spices. It has to come from your garden. It has to be organic, too. No fertilizer. I actually grow my pasta. It's in the ground right now. Yeah, you have like one of those little planters for spices. Yeah, noob, I grow my pasta. And right on top of the artillery. We'll get our teammates on it.
And fear the shadow of neither death nor tyranny, but justice is your call. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Deploying support weapon.
Poo tree. Other poo-poo tree. And the broadcast tower. Well, we're gonna be here for like a good minute. I don't think we need to do the artillery piece. Our teammates are going to see it and do it, so I'm not going to bother with it. You don't say. Wow, that's what I shot at immediately.
Terminate hive structure destroyed.
Tagging map. East. Objective located. Northeast.
Huh?
Objective located. East.
Sending in an eagle.
I think we can leave.
The cavalry.
Okay. Let's go east.
Terminate hive structure destroyed.
Dropping package. Requesting air support.
Delivering payload.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Looks like it handles the ticks pretty good.
Package
Yeah.
acquired.
No, I'm running right past you. Running right past you.
Rare sample acquired. Gun tunnel breach.
Package acquired.
Heavy. Sending in an eagle.
No.
Requesting air support. Package acquired. Dropping package.
Oh.
Bug outpost.
Ow. Oh, Joel definitely made these fucking new Hive commanders fucking annoying. They're like, they turned up the, like, the, not juiciness, but rather, oh, I'm stuck! I legit couldn't move. I just got stuck in that little V right there. You look so happy in your Twitter PFP? Yeah. It was actually when I went on, I was in San Francisco. Went to, Alcatraz. So that's actually when I was on a boat traveling to Alcatraz. I look derpy as fuck. It's one of the reasons I have it as an anime PFP. Or not anime PFP, as a PFP. People love making fun of it, which is hilarious. It usually means they're, like, super superficial. And obviously, if you've actually seen... If you've seen what I look like on stream... I'm gonna make this? Uh-oh. I might have just fucked myself. We're gonna see.
There is but one sentence commensurate.
I'm way... Yeah, okay. Yeah, people love trying to troll with that, which is hilarious whenever it pops up. Aspiring chefs in chat? Good.
Objective critical stratagem available. Request approved. Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Yes.
Joining the fray.
Wait, why am I back to zooming? Stop that.
Throwing grenade! Fire in the hole!
So far, this doesn't seem bad, guys. Against bugs, obviously. There appears to be some issues with hey, bud. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I don't know if I killed the big head or not. Mega big head? What should we call that? Spiky big head?
Terminate outpost destroyed.
Requesting air support.
There we go. I could shoot the light. I totally shot the light.
Got a sample.
Bug tunnel breach.
Oh wait, teammates. Fuck off.
Requesting air support.
Requesting orbital strike.
Yep. I see one apparently. Yeah, they tried, like, you can tell they're trying to make similarities. It's like watching someone, like a kid trying to copy the old formula, like copy-paste it. And they're trying to basically make it the same, like with the same elements as Game of Thrones, but they're concentrating too much on kind of like the, bending, the aspect of domination and submission, right? And they basically wrote themselves into a corner where they just... Like, the entire last episode, if you watch... Obviously, at this point, guys, you're going to have spoilers here, but if you watch the latest episode, like, Damon spends, like, the entire season building up, like, his character, and it seems like he might go out on his own, and that maybe, like, what we're looking at right now is...
Injury? What injury?
didn't even know it fucking hit me just now. What I don't get is why it doesn't actually kill him when you shoot him in the brain with, like, the quasar at point blank. It just doesn't do anything.
Reloading!
My teammates are fucking around. We gotta leave. Don't want to be around our teammates right there. That just got me killed. Which is weird, because it didn't look like any of the little rumble things were underneath me. I was actually running away. But yeah, like at the end of it, it turns out like the only character that was actually kind of cool throughout the season 2 of House of the Dragon was Daemon. And like all of his character development, they just threw it out, and Girl Boss shows up and he's like, yeah, I'm your bitch. And then that was it. It was very, very lackluster. I think it's one of the reasons people kind of disliked what happened. Like disliked the season, because like they tried to build up the character and then just nothing actually happened from building up the character. He's like, he's the bitch the entire time. At the end, like, he had a bunch of weird-ass visions, and at the end there, all it was just showed her on the throne, and he's like, oh, yeah, of course, yeah. Sure. Yeah, this is what I gotta do.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Very, yeah, lackluster. In addition to that, basically the entire episode was a teaser for the next season.
Tagging map. Southwest. 100 meters.
Yep. I watched Severance maybe a week or 2 ago. 2 weeks ago. It was alright. Apple tends to be very left-leaning politically, and there was that in the series. It was decent, I'd say.
Sending in an eagle.
Reminds me a lot of Lost. Lost is an old TV show from... go away, C2. Don't follow me.
Bug outpost spotted.
Lost is an old TV show from late O's?
Not today.
Guys. Pardon me.
Requesting air support.
That's not where we want to go. And fucking C2's here. We're going to leave again. Let's go north.
Bug tunnel breach.
Eagle 1 leaving combat zone to resupply.
Was the Acolyte bad? Yep, I watched the Acolyte. It was fucking terrible.
Get some. Get some.
Why is it auto-zooming again? Setting isn't saving properly. Yeah, Acolyte was very bad. Basically, most of the characters, the actors were terrible. The writing was terrible.
Critical stratagem available.
They tried to rely on like kind of like some lore gimmick, which is the witches, which are not really all that interesting. Well, I'm sure someone in Star Wars will tell me otherwise.
Sample collected.
Dropping a pin. West. 100 meters.
Reloading.
There's some ammo here.
Requesting air support.
Say hello to democracy.
Great. Yeah, so I don't like the little fire you see on the mobs. I don't think it can actually set you on fire. At least I haven't seen it do that. Little fires don't set you on fire. Last season, what? I guess. I mean, there's a lot of episodes. You can say the same thing about,
Stimming you.
Reloading.
I went too far away. You could say the same thing about like House or Scrubs or something like that. Last seasons of Lost became very disjointed. It reminds me a lot of not Akira, Evangelion. They just like they flew too close to the sun. It's one of those things where they flew too close to the sun and didn't know what to do with the series later on. So they just kind of tried to make this big overarching like experimental journey. Yeah, no, Acolyte was pretty bad. They tried to make like the dynamic between two characters like light and dark, like in the last 3 Star Wars movies, but at the same time didn't really give 2 shits about the lore in the movie or in the series. And probably the only cool fight sequence was actually where they
Democracy's dignity maintained.
on the Forest was kind of cool. They had like a lightsaber battle in the Forest, which is neat, against the Jedi, you know, the Sith.
Reloading.
Feels like this might need a little bit more knockback to offset the damage. The damage on is pretty poor. Relatively poor. Let's see. I'm actually looking for a POI. I want to go over to my teammate. Ticks and corrosive bugs are relatively difficult to deal with unless you have the equipment to do it, though.
Outpost destroyed.
I need ammo.
Requesting air support.
Large Nest is going to have ammo. What's going to happen with Vagar? I don't know. They're kind of all just like... The weird thing about House of the Dragon is like they set up like these elements for things that'll be interesting, like the assassins at the beginning, which I'm not going to spoil it. Assassins at the beginning of the season. They set them up to like be kind of like, you know, like run off, and maybe there'd be like a quest to find them, or maybe there's someone special, and they like literally just find them in the same episode. Like they start off like writing the story, and then they just immediately end the story when they like in the middle of it. It's really fucking weird. This is radar? No.
Sending in an eagle.
Fuck is this? Part of the... Get out of ammo.
Throwing supply beacon.
Yeah, Disney is very, very left-leaning on the political spectrum, to the point at which they're actually willing to basically blow up all their fucking brand names to do it, which is insane.
Dropping a pin.
Like, they just don't care about the fans at all, or what they're doing. It's just about basically sending a message, which is, once again, insane.
Another triumph for managed democracy. May liberty
Supplies.
guide your safe extraction.
Like a nest. Yeah, Obi-Wan's pretty bad too. I watch all the Disney shows, or not Disney shows. I watch all the Star Wars shows because I enjoy Star Wars. I enjoy sci-fi in general, even if it's pretty bad. And then I'll just make fun of it. So you can watch stuff and make fun of it, as it turns out. Even though people will tell you not to watch it, you know, you can watch it and make fun of it. It's entirely possible. Marvel does the same. Well, Marvel is Disney. Marvel is Disney. Star Wars is Disney. Amazon does the same shit as well. Basically, we're on the same levels, just garbage. Apple, at the very least, tries to write something that's somewhat decent. Like, For All Mankind is kind of a pretty cool premise, but if you watch the show, it's pretty clear that basically all guys are just bumbling idiots, or they're submissive, or they're evil, which is basically the MO nowadays for guys. Especially ones that are not minorities. Welcome to the U.S. politics, guys. Mega nest. Mega nest.
Fire in the hole!
Hey, bud. Ow. No. A lot of slows right now.
Sending in an eagle!
See that fly in? I saw it fly in. Beautiful. Kind of sad. Almost all like kind of like sci-fi and fantasy stuff is basically all super left-leaning nowadays, and I don't need things to be right-leaning. Just kind of maybe more central or egalitarian take would be kind of nice, you know. But it's not. I tell you it is, but it's not.
Sending in an eagle.
Yeah, Expanse was fantastic. You watched my stream. I talked a lot about the Expanse. It was a phenomenal sci-fi show, and they just destroyed it. Turned it from a space opera into some sort of weird fucking, like, drama romance in space between very specific identity characters, and just pretty clear that there was something going on there that had absolutely nothing to do with the show or the IP. Bro, fuck off. Go, literally go go somewhere else. I don't... The fuck is wrong with you? Get away from it. You don't need to fucking throw grenades into the fucking hole that I'm throwing grenades into and follow me around. Go away.
Requesting air support.
Fucking dumbass.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Now I have to run all the way around to go somewhere else in the nest. I can't get my money bad actors, companies, and bad actors as in the fallacy, yeah. Like I said, both left and right, super far left and right are the same. People will say that it's not true at all, but they 100% are. Both like censorship too. Right will pretend that they're very pro-speech until they don't like you saying something. Left is just not even open about it. They'll just pretend everyone needs to be censored that disagrees with them.
You may proceed to
Fucking crazy.
extraction when ready.
Last reload! Requesting air support!
So this fucking guy just followed me all the way around the side of the fucking wall to legit go in the way that I just came out of? What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm like literally going in a circle and they're following me in a circle around the side of the mega wall on this nest. Jesus. Finish off the fucking nest.
Sending in an eagle! Requesting orbital strike!
Alright, well, let's go to the pad and wait. Really. This actually feels almost just as easy as Diff 9 was when I left.
Requesting orbital!
Suicide Squad, Mr. Freeze? No. Miss Freeze. Mr. Freeze was a joke. Like, there was actually a time, I grew up in the 90s, basically, because I'm an 80s kid, right? I actually grew up in the 90s, i.e. I actually remember what happened, what was going on. I grew up in the 90s, and like, that's back when, like comic book movies were an absolute joke, right? Like, no one took them seriously. And And the Batman movies back then were an absolute joke.
Reinforcing.
Now we need fucking ammo.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Hoping to find some of the pad here.
Support.
Cole heard me talking shit, guys.
How'd you like the taste of freedom? Run tunnel free. Requesting tac pack.
Right
Sending
there.
in an eagle. Sending in an eagle. Inbound.
Gold barrel.
Southwest, 50 meters. Calling in orbital strike.
What? Remind me of blue.
Requesting air support. Say hello to democracy! Tagging map, south, 100 meters. Reloading!
I'm out of ammo. But either way, as time has gone on, I've become much more allergic to just bullshit and like stuff I'm trying to watch for fun. Like I'm not. Well, you can argue they're 100%. Got an aardvark. Hey, bud. Let's drag the Biletine right over the top of this guy. Throw that right there. Hide him around the edge.
Get some! Get some!
Like that. According to Reddit, by the way, the 500 kg really sucks, so, you know. We didn't kill the aardvark with my 500 kg just now. Buried in there. Oh, it's the second one? I don't actually know. Oh, we're gonna get... No, we might be dead. We're 100% dead. I'm pretty sure the cluster didn't kill me. The little fucking beetle behind me just fucking killed me. All social media is far left, or at least hard Democrat. I mean, that isn't to say that people on social media are all far left. In terms of the censorship on it, I would agree with that. I'm not, by the way, I'm not far right leaning. Why am I going back to zooming in my gun? A bit.
How'd you like
Which, I used to be more left-leaning. I'd still say I am left-leaning. It depends on what you're talking about, which is why I'm centrist, right? Nope. 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 Why does it seem like you can ride chargers now? Like, they don't actually hit you. Chargers pushing the... Gonna kill it. Jesus Christ.
Sending in an eagle. Requesting orbital strike. Calling in reinforcements.
It is kind of weird when you only see like one-sided conversation. Then people flip out when they see, you know, different sides of the equation. That's why echo chambers are generally bad, because you only see people that agree with you. And people love people that agree with them. Just like they like winning, they love people that agree. They don't want some people that you might have an opposing opinion, right? Heck, you sure where that guy came from? Or he died, excuse me. Yep, don't worry, guys. Trying to formulate... There's the ammo. Trying to formulate in-depth topic matter while dodging bugs and playing on Diff 10, you know? Nothing...
Reloading.
What's going on here, guys?
Heavy. South. 50 meters.
So they died in the mega nest and left their
Dropping a pin.
samples behind?
300 meters.
Aren't gonna go grab them, though. We're gonna get out of here.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Calling down supplies. Reloading.
Yep. Oh, yeah, the owners of the company, sure. Yep. Owners of the social media companies.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Oh, and looking at chat, I just got lobotomized by... That's the second time I've died to AR Dog, by the way. I agree. Like I said, both sides are crazy. When you get far enough... When you get far enough away from moderate, both sides are crazy.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Sending in an
There. And if you don't think they're crazy, it's because you're too far gone one side or the other. Both of them are crazy. For some reason, it's still doing the zoom. I don't know why that doesn't save. Like, it's supposed to save which, so it's bugged. What the fuck is C4 doing?
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Reloading.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Yeah. Here's yeah. That's pretty. That's one of the big things. Yeah. One of them.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates.
Like if you were in Palestine, like to do horrible things to you.
Pelican 1 landing in
We aren't going
progress.
to talk about on stream. There.
Reloading.
Too political. Well, too graphic.
Orbital strike.
Oh, I didn't make it. No. I dropped it. No, that's exactly what I didn't want to drop. That's gonna kill me. No, it's still alive.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Stuck on the wall. All right. Cool.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning
Perfect.
descent.
I don't know about that. If there's people that like to pretend that's the case, I don't think that's the case at all. Both sides go pretty extreme. There's a lot of, if you've been keeping track of the media, there's a lot of projecting on what's going to happen, for instance, if the opposite side wins, when in fact they're just basically talking about what's going to happen if they don't win. Raid is doing a lot of that. Well, was doing a lot of that maybe a month or two ago. Both are. Like, people that are, like, left-leaning might be more interested in, like, school, education, for instance, healthcare, equal rights, stuff like that. Well, I'm pretty sure pretty much everyone's for equal rights on left or right side of the spectrum. It's when it turns into equal equity. Is that what they're calling it now? Which is basically like DEI stuff. Affirmative action. That people on the right start disagreeing with that, and I'd even say some people on the left start disagreeing with that. stuff. This still is a low kill count. I don't know exactly what's going on here right now. It must be something to do with diff 10. I'm gonna try the Incinerator Breaker. Let's see how fast we run out of ammo on it. Oh, both sides are. They won't say it, because then it makes them look bad. Both sides are.
Liberty's enemies march ever closer.
Do Incinerator Breaker now? Side wants to appear weak by appearing severed. As in there's people on their side they don't agree with.
Mission coordinate. Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
I mean, Blitz will do a Blitz. Yes, maybe, because there's only one candidate they can vote for if they're right-leaning, right? Because there's only one running, so, you know, who are they going to pick? They could swing back to left, which is arguably what's happening right now. Biden wasn't a good choice because he was too old. Kamala, if you've ever listened to her talk, just has absolutely no idea what she's talking about, for the most part. Like, she's like a worse Trump. She talks in vaguities, but she isn't good enough at charisma to kind of manipulate people with them. Trump does exactly that. Real just, like, straight up lie about shit, or just tell a story and then try to practice some FUD, so make you feel like if you don't actually do what he's talking about, then everything's going to go to hell. How many times has he mentioned World War III, for instance? Stuff like that. Like a car salesman. And Kamala's trying to do that, but she's not good at it. I think that, like, honestly, like, Democrats would win hands down if they elected RFK. And RFK is crazy. I think he's actually the best candidate that's currently on the ticket is RFK. And he's a fucking nut job. But if Democrats endorsed him, like, everyone would just, like, he already has, like, 7%. People would just vote, and the Democrats would just win. That's kind of crazy that the conspiracy theorist is probably one of the best candidates on the ticket. Yeah, he's really good at manipulating. Like, even if you hate Trump, he's just extremely good at manipulating people. Like, phenomenal at it.
Calling in an orbital strike.
The fucking car salesman, he'll get you to do what he wants, and then you'll forget about what he actually told you in the first place.
Get some! Get some!
People have a very short-term memory. It's not just politics, just in general. We've talked about kind of... Alright. Bye. I don't know exactly how you dodge those besides moving away from the hole. It seems like they go away if you just don't attack them. Let's go find a nest. I'm busy yakking right now. She is! She fucking is! It's like one of the problems with Biden is most definitely smarter than her, but he's basically like, he has like dementia or something now. He legit has dementia or Alzheimer's. Like, you could easily tell, even prior, if you watched any of his stuff, prior to the debate, like, he just barely is kind of functional, and just, he's too old. Like, he used to be, and probably still is pretty smart when he, you know, has his moments, but he just can't have moments anymore. You can't have a president that's basically, you know, isn't able to perform. Ow.
Reinforcing!
Doesn't work. You know, when you need him the most, he isn't actually able to do what he needs to. because you don't always get to sit there and wait for Grandpa to figure out what he's going to say, right? I mean, he did kind of at the end, but like the weirdest thing about by the way about the COVID thing is at the beginning of the election cycle recently, is the right was talking about how horrible the COVID was and the vaccines and shit, but they don't realize that like lockdown happened. Like once it started becoming common knowledge, lockdown happened under Trump, and then the vaccines were commissioned and started happening under Trump too, which are all things like the far right, like freaks out about, right? So that immediately dropped out once people figured that out, which is crazy that we even had to go back and talk about that. But once again, people don't really remember what's going on. So.
Let's reload.
God, these spiky boys are so angry.
Requesting air support.
Punisher still works. I'm going to run out of ammo here in half a second, which is the annoying part of it, right? I mean, I guess that was the whole nerf. The recoil isn't bad on it either. I don't think it matters. Okay, 55. By the way, I shouldn't even be doing this in Blitz, but I am.
Engaging terminal.
Mission map updated.
My nemesis, guys, my number one enemy is legit talking. My Achilles heel to playing well in video games is talking, or just doing anything is talking. Well, it was a pandemic. And lockdowns did happen, and it was the right thing to do. Even though people say that it wasn't the right thing to do on the right side, it was the right thing to do, and Trump did it. So, yeah. But that doesn't fit the narrative of the right side. There's more than one ammo crate. I wonder if they toned down the ammo crates on Diff 10. The rest of the world was doing that too. It wasn't just the US. Because it was the right thing to do. Find some ammo. My guess is there's going to be a bug hole down here.
Requesting air support.
It's getting too political. I mean, we could.
Bug outpost.
That is a sensitive topic matter for people. Hi. There we go. This, by the way, is one of the reasons I think, like, ammo, like, if unless you have a really weird weapon, ammo should be 100% be, like, one of the last things that you nerf on it. Like a sniper rifle, for instance. Because it just feels lackluster when you use it and you have to go, like, looking for ammo constantly, which I don't think really tones down the DPS on it at all. It just makes it, you know, shittier to use, right?
Requesting air support.
Doesn't feel fun to play with. Like, in the case of, let's say, a shotgun, like a slug shotgun, or a sniper rifle, where you have one really strong attack, right? It makes you want to, you know, like, use your ammo better, more efficiently. But the way this works, because it's a spam gun, it's not really in line with it.
Calling down a support weapon. Reloading. Requesting orbital strike.
Yeah, so, like, damage-wise, obviously, this really hasn't changed. I don't think the recoil matters at all. And this still isn't really all that much better than other weapons you can use. It just doesn't have ammo now, which is annoying. Very annoying.
Calling in reinforcement. Sending in an eagle.
There. Large nest.
Orbital inbound.
People thought this gun was... Like I said, I don't think... even right now, using it again... Even using this again, I still wouldn't say that this gun is super amazing. It's not. And I'm not talking about the ammo usage, which is now... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Much higher. Hey, guys. Hey, oh, there.
How'd you like to taste of free?
No. Yeah, I don't think, like, if they wanted to nerf it, I don't think this is the right way of doing it. That being said, I don't think it needed nerfs in the first place, as we've mentioned on stream. The whole reason we're doing this is just, you know, just to see, right? So quality of life is basically lower on the weapon too because it's more annoying to use. Fake reload. Christ. Oh my god! Because it's a lot less slower. The virus has mutated multiple times since then. The original strain, if you've heard about it, the original strain was extremely deadly. If you had people that, well, not just deadly, it was... So you can live through stuff, and that doesn't mean it won't drastically affect who you are. So, in the case of COVID, you hear about long COVID. Long COVID being the after effects of it doing, which a lot of people that had it, it's like pneumonia. If you've ever had, well, you probably won't have pneumonia unless you're older. But pneumonia, especially on older individuals, it raises absolute hell with your body, specifically your respiratory system, as well as your lungs, as well as your heart. It actually leads to like super long effects on your body itself. And COVID also has done that. Not current COVID. Current COVID is becoming more and more in line as things. It's almost like a trade-off between infectiousness of the disease and transferability, because less infectiousness, lethality of a disease and transferability. Because if it's super lethal, everyone that has it just dies, you know, and they lock everyone up with it, or attempt to do that. Whereas if it's less lethal, then people walk around with it, you know, they feel as though they can go to work and they can do stuff that they otherwise were able to do. And there's a better chance of spreading. Not always the way it works, but generally the way it works. Emergency extract? No it's not.
Reloading.
Game. But yeah, people, like, it's not talked about anymore because it's more like a cold now, as people were inferring in the first place. That's not the way it started.
My life for super.
The fucking aardvark's still here.
Reloading.
Alright, there we go. And for some reason, like, people are actually, like, they brought up COVID again because, like, that's the weird thing about this is, like, it turned into... Politics, this iteration turned into another example of COVID, and that's the only reason that happened was because, like, they thought it purely happened under Biden, but then they're basically misremembering what happened, and then once, people figured out it was kind of half-shared between the two candidates, people stopped talking about it for the most part, because, once again, the vaccines happened under Trump. Yeah, if you're a chef and you fucking got it, like, it will legitimately just fuck up your taste buds. Everyone in my family got COVID at one point in their life, and I probably got it, but I never actually tested positive for it. Yeah, it just happened to everyone, and my mom lost her sense of taste. It came back after 6 months. Afterwards? Yeah, 6 fucking months. It's still not back to what it was, at least from what she claims. Full barrels. My brother did not lose his sense of taste, but what happened to him? Leaving? No, H2's away.
Ending in an eagle.
Oh! Crowd clear. You know what? You know what the... Uh-oh. You know what the Thorny Boy? You know what the Thorny Boy Big Head should do, guys? They should spawn...
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
The other guy was off collecting samples because he thought he could, and obviously you can't Emergency extract, guys, is after the timer. It will start the countdown. When it lands, it immediately extracts. What happens is even if it's on the ground, it will still extract just immediately when the timer ends. What just happened? No one got on. Is fear-mongering? So no, it wasn't. It was I mean, there's a lot of dead people. It's not really fear-mongering. You don't need it. Once again, it morphed. It turned to it's less the severity of it's less. It's more once again like a cold now compared to what it used to be. It's went through multiple different iterations in like terms of lethality and how it fucked up, how it fucked you up, and it's different than what it used to be. Yeah, I mean, you just look at data, but like I know both angles and both sides of stuff on COVID, and the far right's just going to tell you the data was wrong, and that's definitely not right. So, I mean, the correct call was vaccines. The correct call was lockdown for a little bit. People got all sorts of fucked up from, you know, putting aside COVID itself. People got all sorts of fucked up socially and like psychologically from lockup. The lockdown, not lockup, the lockdown. It made people really fucking weird. They're still getting recovering from that aspect of COVID, but well, that's because it did. They talked about the different strains. There's all different sorts of strains of COVID now. They talked about it like through the different variants of it and the effectiveness of vaccines versus the variants. And they covered like it was big for like the first 5 variants, I think it was, and then after that point they don't really talk about it anymore because this doesn't really matter. And they're talking about, like, for instance, in the Olympics right now where people are getting it, and it's just, like, literally just going around. It's literally just going around. People are still, like, trying to power through, like, their events while having COVID. I read one about a runner that completed his 200-meter, triathlon, not triathlon, whatever it is, 200-meter dash or whatever it is, while under the effects of COVID. I think it's like a fucking gold star for him now. Well, of course they made billions of dollars. They made them. It's kind of the way it works. You make money when you make stuff. Yes. I don't think the weird take is that it was engineered to by vaccine company like viruses and antivirus in computers. Like they made the virus so then they can make the vaccine for it, which I definitely don't think is right. But I've seen it all. I've seen everything. Like I'm pretty. Not open-minded as in if I see it I'll believe it, but rather I see stuff and like I'll put it into context. So I know where it comes from and can reference it in the future, but that doesn't mean it just completely changes my mind when I see it. Stats have a lot of value, and you can misconstrue stats, or you can have bad stats, which we talked about, for instance, even in Helldivers, where we're talking about the endgame stats and how they can be the current ones that are misleading, and there's a lot of them that just don't even matter when the stats that we need to actually like assess gameplay are just kind of MIA. Actually, we can probably do something other than Urson, can't we? I don't want to do the piss planet. What else is going on here? Helmir. Do some Crimsica. Well, so remember we were just talking about how pneumonia, how the effects of COVID are a lot like pneumonia? You can be suffering from an illness, and it can become much, much worse when you have basically 2 illnesses at once. So in the case of COVID, it definitely affects things like your heart and your respiratory system. So let's say a lot of people in the U.S. have heart disease and die from it. It's going to make the strain on your heart much worse, and then you're going to die from it, right? So, well, you could say, oh, the person had a heart attack, but if they have COVID at the same time, they're much more likely to have the heart attack and die from the heart attack. Well, you know, the heart attack still killed them. It would be very disingenuous to say that COVID did not have a big influence on their heart health. We're going to keep using Incinerator, guys. I think we got a pretty good handle on it, which is, I don't think you need nerfs at all, to be perfectly honest. And I think the current nerf actually just makes it so it's a pain in the ass to use, which doesn't really affect. You just have to find more ammo crates and be more mindful of your ammo. I know far right gets touchy about COVID, but I mean, I got vaccines. I still got it. So the vaccines, kind of the weird shit about vaccines was people thought it would just make you immune, when in fact it just made you much more resistant, and then reduces the severity of COVID when you got it.
This is it. This is the solemn duty.
Why is my mouse not working?
Defend democracy.
Oh, why is my mouse turned off? On here. Mouse just died.
Bug hole, southeast, 300 meters.
What? Did my mouse actually just die? Like, the lights aren't on it anymore. What the fuck is going on here? I get it, you guys don't like me talking about COVID. Stop it! Stop it, Arrowhead devs. You don't need to hack my computer. Spacebar works. What the fuck? I mean... Okay, well, this... just turned into a different experience, guys. Yeah. Also, my game locked up. Still a bug, and this makes it much worse because I don't actually... Now I have to navigate menus with tab. Alright. You don't think I know how to deal with this? You don't think I know how to deal with this? Huh? Huh? I know how to use the function keys, Arrowhead. You can't stop me. I legit just navigated the resource monitor with my keyboard. Well, I have a weird... I don't know if I can actually do this because I actually have a menu mod. I need to get over to Device Manager. I don't know how to get to my tab menu. Shortcut to Device Manager. Device Manager. Through. Run. Eh? Yeah. Wait, so my PCI Express hub just died? Is that what just happened? Because my mouse works now, but I plugged it back into my onboard USB. There. I gotta take a piss too, guys. 1 second. We want Helldivers to hit, but I hope you learn they killed my PCI Express card. Why? My USB PCI Express card, guys. You're back. All right. I don't know about that. So now it works on my PC Express Hub. Do I have AMD CPU? Yes, I do. Not sure what's going on with that. I know it's not related to the USB bug with Ryzen. I have a separate hub specifically for my mouse. I don't doubt the COVID virus spread over me be fucked up. They didn't walk back on it. They just said that there were contributing factors besides COVID to it. It's not walking it back. I mean, we just talked about being comorbid. Comorbidity is when you basically have two things happening at the same time. Two problems at the same time. My brother's gotten COVID, I think, 3 times. That was like old COVID. 2 times. First time he got it, he was laid up for like 2 weeks. And hacking shit for... I mean, you can just tell when you get COVID now, right? So... before, when people were getting COVID, they had things like they'd lose their sense of taste. And have trouble breathing. And then also have a significant amount of phlegm and... I don't know what you call that, like goop? Where you're just like hacking up shit for basically weeks. But my brother was hacking up shit for like a month and a half after he first got COVID. Like shit, if you have the cold, he had that for a month and a half. Nowadays, when you get it, that doesn't happen anymore because it's changed and become less lethal, less severe when you actually get it now. No, I mean, he has a social life, so he actually goes out and talks to people. That's a good end. The first time he got it was from a party, where when people were trying to be mindful of COVID, he got it from a party where someone just showed up with it and didn't tell anyone, and then basically everyone at the party got it.
Mission coordinates locked.
Like, it was a New Year's party.
Hellpods prime.
I think it was a New Year's party. 2022. It was New Year's after the vaccines. Yeah. So, I believe COVID was the end of 2020 and vaccines were 21. No. Yeah, vaccines were 21. And the lockdowns are in 21. And then 22 is... Well, no, 22 was when the vaccine started rolling out at the end of 21. Actually, I gotta check now. Lockdown was in 2020. That means COVID started at the end of 19, like in December of 19. Lockdowns were in 2020. Vaccines first started rolling out at the end of 2020 and the beginning of 21. I think he got it in the beginning of 21 before the vaccines, or maybe it was after. No, I think it was after. I just got kicked. I didn't even think we waited that long. It was like maybe 45 seconds. He left, okay. But either way, someone showed up to the party with COVID, just didn't tell anyone, and everyone got sick. like textbook case. Textbook fucking case. Fucking crazy. Well, that's not walking back. Walking back was saying that it doesn't cause it.
Hellpods prime.
That's disingenuous to say that they weren't interlinked to each other. Walking back would be pretending that the COVID had basically no implication in their deaths at all, which is
Orbit
untrue, right?
synchronized.
AR dog. Still using breaker. Well, it would be COVID. So if you are sick, you had COVID, right? Did you have one of the original strains of COVID? Because it's really bad. So let's say, you legit can't fucking think or function properly because you are compromised due to the fact that you're super sick, and you die. I just wasted a reload, and you just die because of it. You wouldn't say that they're interlinked with each other? Like, if it affects your ability to function and you just legit end up dead, it's definitely a contributing factor. Well, the first cases of COVID were at the end of 19. So you had it in 2020 and 21, is my guess. Okay, what am I even doing right now? Got the butt plug. Oh, there's a new cylinder. What's that? They redid the icon for the capsule. Oh, no, it's the bug. That's the larva. Isn't to say that it's directly what killed you, but pretending that it wasn't related to you is probably also incorrect.
You will never destroy our way of life.
Break nest. Oh, we can just go up and pop it with the Hellbound. We don't need to defend this anymore, do we? Makes it much easier. Gotta arm it.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Hey, bud. By the way, this actually makes... People talk about all the nerfs, guys. They don't talk about the buffs. This is 100% a buff. If you actually had to fucking sit here and defend this thing, and then like a fucking charger just came over and just knocked it out, this is 100% a buff to Hellbounds. Yeah. Took them a while to figure that one out, but it was 100%, like some of the conspiracy theories around the beginning of COVID and how it was related to biological engineering. Oh. What? Oh, we might be dead. No! 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 I refuse to die. No!
Requesting orbital.
Hive structure destroyed.
No! But there's all different sorts of theories how that it managed to escape. Some people were saying it was intentional. I don't think it was intentional at all. It's apparently pretty common in... Oh, it's pretty common in China for labs to sell off their test animals to markets. So, like, after they're finished testing them, they sell them off to markets that then eat them. Yeah, or like as pets, but sometimes get sold as stuff that people eat. Bitch. Which, you know, I guess. But basically, from what it sounds like, someone actually sold off one of the test subjects, which I believe was a bat, and someone ate it. There's also thoughts that obviously originated from just the wet markets, which if you've ever seen the wet markets, they're pretty absolutely insane from a hygiene standpoint. So, you know, that's not far-fetched either. Wet markets being a term for just, like, it just being constantly just wet, which, you know, it's very difficult to actually sanitize stuff when it's just constantly wet. Where the fuck do you guys come from? I killed your nest. Mom needs my supply in her butt. got him.
Marking location.
Oh, the ammo. Oh,
Package
there we
acquired.
go.
Dropping package.
Orbital inbound.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of lost. It's just, you know, like, speculating at this point, right? But it definitely originated from China and around Wuhan.
Reinforcing. Sending in an eagle.
Stop. Stop. I blew off your leg. Stop it.
Requesting
What?
advanced weaponry.
Dead.
Requesting air support.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Very lively discussion, by the way, tonight. Oh, all sorts of stuff all over the political spectrum. Obviously, it has to go to COVID.
Calling in
What else would we talk about besides COVID? You know, fucking 4 years later. We're missing 2 shells. Yeah, China's a lot going on there. It's actually pretty remarkable that they handle it as well as they did, but arguably the stats that they gave might have been slightly,
Reinforcing.
you know, a little bit, cooked the books a little bit, so to speak.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the
But,
way.
I mean, they locked down super hard compared to the rest of the world, like the U.S. Even the U.S., like, we let it do like 3 months, they do like a year. A lot of countries locked down.
Rare sample acquired.
You got 2 smokes. Are we talking about gold? Yeah, what about the gold? What about the gold?
Package acquired.
The gold markets? Huh? What about the gold markets? How do you guys feel about that gold?
Package acquired. Dropping package.
I mean, like I said, I don't mind talking about this stuff. A lot of people, some people will get really, really bent out of shape because it's political at this point. It doesn't even fucking matter what's going on. People have a bias just from politics, unfortunately. Let's go over to little
Objective completed.
lime muffin down south and pick it up. Ah, someone's using it. Silver's not the interesting one. Gold's the interesting one. People just like silver because it's second, right? They like second
Calling
place.
in reinforcements.
Gold's really where it's at. If you want to talk about metal.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
We found ammo before we ran out.
Calling in orbital strike.
But once again, I don't think the Incendiary Breaker needed to be nerfed, and I think that they went about the way of trying to encourage the community to try something else wrong. I mean, they could just keep they could walk back the ammo shortage and just keep the recoil, because the recoil doesn't really seem to matter that much.
We've got equipment. Support weapon.
Wait, that's on extraction already, so they already did it. Yeah, I mean, it's been that way for a while, right?
Requesting
Unobtainium, oh my god. It's like cryptocurrency, because you can't obtain it anymore. Well, depending on the cryptocurrency, if it's not being minted. Maybe not true for all cryptocurrencies. You'll just never have it in real life. But you don't need to, because it's... Nest? What is this? What is this, guys? Hey, buds, what's going on over here? You... I don't know why you take more than one shot to the brain. Ow. Have that. Ow. You might be dead. You're dead. I'm dead.
Reinforcing. Heavy. West. 50 meters. Requesting air support.
Point me to the enemy.
Go north and grab my shit. By the way, even though this is supposed to be more difficult, I wouldn't actually say this is more difficult than Diff 9. Maybe it's a little bit more difficult. We have more deaths. I think enemies are just a little bit more lethal, even though the amount of units that we're seeing is actually less. They recover faster, they turn faster, they're more agile. Some of them are more tanky, like the a shotgun. God damn it. Leave me alone. You might be dead again. You gotta be fucking... I can't recover fast enough to fucking get away? You gotta be shitting me. So, the tentacle knocked me, and then the hive guard knocked me, which then got me into another tentacle, which killed me. And I was never able to stand up. Bitch. That's for you. Have that.
You have been a stalwart line of criminals. Extract when ready.
Calling in orbital strike.
Still fucking alive. I don't know how it survives 500 kgs.
Calling in reinforcements.
Die?
Dropping a pin. Northeast.
Fuck is it?
100 meters.
A different one. Apparently you can't climb these rocks. Still can't climb these rocks. Bro, you gotta be fucking kidding me. That is definitely close enough to the ground you should be able to climb over it.
Heavy. Southeast. 50 meters.
Fun.
Dropping a pin. West. 100 meters.
Democracy has landed. Calling in extraction.
Thieving?
Extraction request confirmed.
There's a mega nest here. What do you mean? Can't see it. I still believe when there's spores, guys, it should, like, when you find stuff, it should actually update for everyone.
Cancel that. Northwest. On my position.
Fuck my samples? Why the fuck are my samples in the nest?
ETA, T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Calling down a support weapon.
Fun. So even if you're in a sport area, it should 100% show you where the nest is after someone finds it.
Got a sample.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute.
What? Objective failed. What objective failed?
Calling in reinforcements.
How fucking far away do these tentacles go? It's still attacking me? Where the fuck is it even?
T-minus 30 seconds.
Sending in an eagle.
ETA, T-minus 20 seconds. ETA, T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Boop. That was still too close. You gotta be fucking shitting me. Hey, bitch!
North is close.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates.
That's for you.
Sending in an eagle.
What? He just got scared. I see it.
Back empty. Countdown initiated.
Yeah.
Stand by for takeoff.
I wish they'd make the vaulting like it used to be. What did it used to be? What?
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
How's the vaulting any different than what it used to be? No, I didn't actually hear that, Odie. Lovely. Still not exactly sure why my mouse decided to unplug itself. First time I've had that happen. Well, not just unplug itself, like my hub shut down. Before you could vault normally, but people were getting on top of mountains and they reduced it. That wasn't from vaulting. People landed on top of the mountains with the drop pods. Like the little ledges and shit. Yeah, maybe first game? That's never happened to HD2. As far as I know, the vaulting is exactly the same from launch. They changed it where you can turn off vaulting while running.
Secured a lot of samples. Well done.
You guys are around the hives or the nests. Even on Nuke the Nursery, there isn't that many kills. Yeah. There was a case before they readjusted the drop pods multiple times because people were using them to get on top of ledges and shit, which you can still sometimes do. I don't think I ever saw... There was, you know, that one ledge on Eradicate for bugs where you could get on top of it in the 15-minute mission next to the pad. You could get on top of that. They just straight up removed it. Yeah, so, Incinerator Breaker, guys, they didn't really nerf it. It just, you occasionally have to go looking for ammo more. Incinerator Breaker is basically identical to what it was prior to them nerfing it, which is interesting, to say the least, because people are freaking out about it. It just is less user-friendly because you have to pick up ammo, as it turns out. So, basically the new shotguns, I would say, kind of meh. This could use a buff to the knockback on it. Maybe more pellets, less damage, more per pellets, so the amount of damage is the same, but you have more pellets and have a higher chance of setting more things on fire. This needs to have... There's a bug with this flamethrower as well as the main flamethrower, in which when you dive, it'll set yourself on fire. That needs to go away. They need to fix that. This gun also needs to... You shouldn't slow down when you're firing it. It should be similar to using a normal primary, in addition to not having the wind-up time on it, which the stratagem flamethrower has. Both those things need to be fixed. This, I highly doubt I'm going to be getting rid of my grenade pistol, but we'll take it. Grenade pistol has too much utility. Yeah, I've been running it for the last 3 missions. 4? I don't know. We've been talking about COVID the entire time, so I don't really actually know.
This world is riddled with terminate abominations. Where will you strike?
Mission coordinates locked.
I don't know. I've been dying, but I also haven't been really paying attention because I've been talking, so it's probably not a good indicator of difficulty right now.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
Blitz. We'll do Blitz.
Orbit synchronized.
Yeah.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver. ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
I see. Well, looks like they're distracting right now.
Go now, and fear the shadow of neither death nor tyranny, but justice is your cause. Going down at support.
Bitch.
Requesting air support. How'd you like to take fire?
No! Go away. Fuck happened to my cluster?
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Oh, it must have dropped 500 kg because I mistyped it. Walked into the middle of that.
Reinforcing!
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Requesting air support.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
That. Wait, why is my cluster bomb over here? The fuck is that? Well, that's gonna kill my teammates. It didn't kill a single fucking teammate. You gotta be kidding me. Guess it bounced? Something. Oh, I have a crisper. What am I doing? Does this one also set you on fire when you jump to the ground? Find out. It does 100%. I just set P2 on fire. So once again, doesn't always do it. It's something to do with the lag when you hit the ground, and it like rebounds to the ground and sets you on fire.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Reinforcing. Requesting air support. Calling down a sentry. Got a sample.
Objective located. Marking location. Never mind.
What are they doing? Like, the weird thing is, guys, like at the end, people get all sorts of weird, like super weirdo.
Countdown initiated.
All right,
Stand
bye.
by for takeoff.
Helldiver reporting to the front.
Extraction complete.
Well, I mean, that's the downsides to them, so, I mean, I don't really see a reason why they need to buff that.
Democracy prevails once more.
I don't even know if they know it's a bug. There's a lot of stuff in this game where stuff is bugged, and I don't think they know it's bugged until they take a look at it. I guess there are a lot of things that could change in the game. I don't feel as though like those are super like, oh my god, I'm slowing down so much I can't actually do it. You kind of base what you do around kind of the cadence and what happens in the game. Well, so the mini flamethrower still sets you on fire when you jump to the ground, and even if you're pointing out and not like hitting the ground, it'll still, it's like the beam legs into the ground and sets fire to it, which then sets you on fire. Yeah. Where's your blood splatters, huh? Where's your blood splatters? They don't have any.
Always good to have another hero on board. Freedom is a day.
So my guess is they got rid of... I still think the reason that they got rid of the burning leg damage is to prevent new flamethrowers from easily killing chargers like the old flamethrower. And I'm pretty sure it was a bug, like the damage actually went through the leg model. I don't think that was actually intentional. And even after reading their little bit of... Well, they didn't even have commentary on it, did they? But just reading little bits on it, I'm pretty sure that's the whole reason they adjusted it was because it was a bug and the new flamethrowers actually caused you to kill chargers too easily. Is my guess.
Hellpods Prime.
And I think they probably could get around that, as I was going to suggest earlier, but I wanted to actually spend a little bit of time with like the flamethrowers. I'm pretty sure they could actually get around that by making it so prolonged exposure will strip the armor off the leg, much in the way it does with, like, let's say a quasar. If you pop it, you can just sit there for a prolonged period of time, it'll just pop it, and then you can kill it normally. Everyone died at the end of the landing pad.
Go now and shoot you fall. Remember this. Every day is a good day to die for democracy.
Advanced weaponry.
Yeah. You know what would be cool? You know what they should do? The drop pod effect should also apply to your stratagems when you call them in. Ah! Make them more usable. And you could use them kind of like weird CCs if you wanted to, or something, depending on what they're actually doing. Actually, let's just go over to the fucking strike nest. I'm gonna sit here.
Rare sample acquired. New mag.
Yeah, so Incendiary Breaker, by the way, isn't even bad now. I wouldn't even consider Incendiary Breaker bad anymore. It's just pain to use. It's not really nerfed or sucks or anything like that. Regardless of what Reddit tells you. Hellbomb rushing much fucking easier now. Much fucking easier.
Engaging terminal.
Alright.
Hellbomb armed.
Now we just run away.
Area.
That's it.
Reinforcing.
Easy. Yeah, so they really, like, super buffed the Hellbombs, because otherwise in, like, more difficult missions, you have to sit there and defend it, right? You don't need to do that anymore. Like, I legit don't even need to sit there and baby it. I can just do that and run away. And that's it. It's done. Hey, bud. There you go. Fuck you. Where'd he go? That's right there. Alright, bye. Got it. Are we dead? We're dead. Didn't even get my fucking kills. Why doesn't it wait, like, you know, maybe like 3 seconds after you die before despawning stuff, Joel? So I get some fulfillment, even if you despawn it and clean up the stuff? Why does it have to be right as I die? You know, just a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer, you know?
Reporting to the front.
Tiny bit longer so I get some fulfillment on what just happened. Just a little bit, Joel. If you were CEO instead of Shams, I don't even know how much control Shams even has over the development process. I thought he was instilled there because, like, he was supposed to be like the business guy. But actually, I don't know now, because it seems like he actually has a hand in the development process, so I'm not exactly sure what that means. Most companies, obviously, CEO can just say and do whatever the fuck he wants.
Calling in orbital strike.
Radar will go do that. If I was lead creative developer, we'd have all the Better Diver Guide stuff in it already. Yeah, this game has a lot of potential, I agree. I've mentioned that. No. Sure.
Requesting sentry.
They just, like, the weirdest part is just, like, the balancing, which they don't address at all. I don't know if they even kind of know how to do it. They kind of have, like, they got ballpark, but after that, they just didn't really do much of anything.
I got the terminal.
Stalker? Oh, God. Another stalker? But take care of the nest, I guess. I will say, without my grenade pistol, this makes things much more difficult. Mainly because I have to actually watch my grenades again. That's really fucking annoying. Grenade pistol has so much utility. Freeing up your grenade slot so you can actually do things with it is great.
Sample collect.
Requesting orbital strike.
Rare sample acquired.
Oh my god, so much fucking utility. Yeah, I mean, that's usually the case. I don't know exactly if that's the way it works. Every company has their own kind of ideology, and it seemed like Piltz was originally more hands-off, and then he seemed like he was going to be more hands-on after he switched roles, but then now I don't really know if that's true, and now it seems like Shams is more hands-on, even though it seemed like he was supposed to be hands-off. Uh-oh. Kids do what they want nowadays, they don't care.
Requesting sentry.
Vikings can't keep things under control.
Engaging terminal.
Mission map updated.
Calling down a support weapon.
Over here real quick and pick up some ammo. But yeah, I'd say the Incendiary Breaker probably should roll back the... they should roll back the magazine size. I don't think that was necessary. They could even keep the recoil the way it is, because it honestly doesn't really even matter that much.
Calling down a sentry.
And then vaulted for like 2 weeks. And maybe they should actually consider talking about that and maybe even introduce a vaulting program, which we talked about that yesterday, but you could even say, like, if they want more information on a weapon and gain more stats, they turn it off for a little bit and see what else other people are using besides said weapon, right? And see how it affects meta. It'd actually be a good idea. Fortnite does that. It's not far-fetched for companies to do that.
Heavy. On my position.
What am I even doing here? I thought this was a poo-poo tree. This is the Shrike nest we killed earlier. Autopilot. They have boards? Well, if the company's public, they have a board. Actually, I think private companies can have boards, too. They don't always need to do what the board wants, though.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Even this little one has the delay before firing. Like, after you light it, it's fine, but there's a delay between when you pull it out and when you use it.
Calling down a sentry.
Why? Why? Tell me. Shams, why? Why Shams? TikTok wants to DC me.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Their balancing staff is kind of weird, though. And I'm not talking about... There are plenty of things that need to be nerfed, but there's also plenty of things that... I guess we didn't really read about the Slugger. The Slugger is a weird one. It's like... when it was first nerfed, it really didn't make sense, but then they changed it again, even though there's a lot of guns that have issues right now. But...
Requesting air support.
Unleashing democracy.
Ow. That's the Outliers telling you about yesterday. However, yesterday we 100% had a fucker that was killing me. Cheater that was killing me. Go to the Mega Nest. Trying to make it look like an accident from the cluster bomb, but it wasn't. I don't know. I don't know how their hierarchy works internally. We guessed from the outside.
Enemy elite. South. 50 meters.
Tagging location. Southeast.
Yeah, I would honestly say Diff 10 isn't really that much more difficult than the other difficulties. Stuff seems to be relatively lethal, but once you get used to it, I don't think it's going to really all be that different.
Requesting sentry.
You have served democracy.
Oh, I don't have nearly enough fucking grenades for this now because I don't have my grenade pistol.
How about a nice cup of liver tea? Marking location. Fire in the hole!
We're going to have to summon the others. This game still has issues with units spawning near contested locations.
Package acquired. High value sample collected.
Sending in an eagle.
Dropping package. Throwing supply beacon.
Sending in an eagle.
Got him. Have you ever mentioned before that they should consider getting rid of the warm-up or make it much shorter for the warm-up before you fire with the flamethrower?
Requesting orbital strike. Sending in an eagle.
Okay. Excuse me.
Requesting air support.
Terminate outpost destroyed.
Part of it. Like, I can't even quickly go like that. Just... Mine? My sample. Mine. Mine.
Reinforcing.
I pick up grenades again. Ow. No.
Requesting air support. Fire in the hole.
Delivering payload. Enemy elite sub-weapon. 50 meters.
Too close. There we go. Stop. Comment, please. Mega nest. Mega nest. Brum, 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 brum.
North. Far. Rare sample acquired.
Got a furry all the way over here. Now we gotta go back and grab this. Do another one of these. Grab some more of that. Oh no. There's stand back. Yeah, I might not even have... I don't think I have enough, I have just enough grenades unless we get a bounce, which we might get a bounce.
Throwing grenade.
Laser? Bounce? Why does it look like... Why does it look like we have two more over here? That one. Got that.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Heavy, south, 100 meters. Heavy, south, 100 meters.
Stop it. Stop it. You have the fucking most annoying aspects of the fucking hive guards.
Sending in an eagle.
I guess that's the whole point, but you know.
Delivering payload.
Here, guys, I'll use my fucking flamethrower pistol.
Canister's empty.
Oh. Mega nest done. Like, what originally I intended to do with the pistol is to go like that and literally just, like, run away and then shoot over the shoulder and... Oh my god, that's high probability. Just fucking setting the ground on fire in front of me, too. That's not what we're looking for. Alright, let's go grab the neg again. Alright. And so the whole idea was I was going to turn around and go like this and like shoot the ground behind me and set it on fire and then kite them through the fire. You can't even fucking do that. They definitely need to remove the warm-up on both the primary as well as the secondary guns. Is that new? I'm pretty sure it's a new animation.
Calling down a sentry. Pack acquired.
Mutated egg. I love mutated eggs. I'm gonna keep it as a pet. It loves humans, that's why it's mutated. Yeah, the whole idea was I was gonna go like this and shoot the ground behind me while running away, but there's a warm-up. There's a warm-up! I don't even... They have to fucking clean up the fucking fire when you set yourself on fire randomly. Just out of nowhere. It just doesn't even make sense. Especially when you're diving backwards and it sets the ground on fire, like, right underneath you. I'm pretty sure... So when you dive, and you go like that, it actually sets the ground on fire. That one is actually alright, but we'll actually get set on fire without actually it happening. And sometimes it'll set you on fire late, so it doesn't actually, like, you don't hit the ground and stop burning. Rather, it doesn't even stop you from burning, which is also fucking weird.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
M3 looks like he's cheating. M3's running too fast. not. Legit seen people use speed hacks on the radar before. The warm-up should be gone from the primary as well as the secondary. Very least. And they probably should make the incendiaries, or excuse me, the flamethrower weapons have an armor break where it can pop off armor pieces. Not go over here and grab the... I bet there's still samples over here. I bet there's still samples here, guys. Bud. Oh, the kids never go and grab the tree samples. On the backside. My egg, that's my clout. No one else gets to extract with the egg, that's my clout. Like, you can't even, like, pre-ignite it. Like, you don't just, like, tap the bounce button once. So, like, you could even have, like, a mechanic for pre-lighting it where it doesn't actually stop you from running. You can, like, double tap it, and it'll actually, like, ignite the flame on the front or something.
Dropping package.
Fine.
Package acquired.
Fine. My egg.
Calling down supply.
My egg. But these guys didn't even fall in the shuttle. What do you mean? They've been sitting here, I didn't even notice. No one called it in.
Reloading.
Boy, a Tesla tower. Very good. So in terms of difficulty, guys, this doesn't really feel that much harder than Diff 9 or even harder than Diff 9. You got some slightly different mobs, which are new things to deal with. Other than that, not really anything.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Don't look at my egg. That's my egg. Stop it. It's my egg.
Dropping item. Marking location.
ETA T-minus 2
Oh,
minutes.
doesn't like being looked at.
Thank you.
No. No. No.
Reloading.
Very exciting. Aw. We're having family time.
Calling down a sentry.
ETA T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
So, even though right now I'd say the majority of basically the stuff in the Warbond is kind of bad, they could 100% tweak it to make it better.
Bugs. Northeast.
No! Miss.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
All that valuable ammo gone. That being said, I think with Incinerbreaker, you'd see less people using it if they had more stats to gauge whether or not they're actually doing well with Incinerbreaker, which is why we covered that a couple days ago.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Requesting sentry.
My egg's nice and veiny, too. Look at the veins.
ETA T-minus 20
See the veins, guys? How veiny that egg is. Mmm.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Reloading.
Sometimes it happens, we got a quiet extraction.
One approaching pickup. Pelican 1 landing in progress. Mag's empty.
Good. I just about died. Aha! I almost died.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Calling in orbital strike.
Extraction complete.
You're playing this game on the hardest difficulty and you don't want it actually to be hard? Mind-blowing. Yeah, so I think after people get kind of used to the new mobs, I don't think... We're probably going to be back to Diff 9 in terms of deaths and map completedness. Oh. Fill your driving. Yeah, sometimes you have to go driving to refill it, I guess. True. Well, GG, guys. I mean, you have to go driving sometimes and refill your drive. You know, you get that urge to go driving. At least I do. It's just go places. It has nothing to do with actually like going somewhere. It's just driving. Driving sometimes is very cathartic. You're just going somewhere and you get plenty of time to meditate and think to yourself. I guess some people aren't that way, but I am. But then you run out of stuff to think about, and then it's boring. But, you know, besides that. Well, that was fun.
Many heroes gave their lives. They would...
See a single bug hole. Diff 10 guys, basically Diff 9. Yeah, well, great. You know? Sometimes you gotta refill your driving. Okay. So CRISPR also bad. It doesn't even matter what the damage is. The fact that you have to like you have to ignite it. Very annoying. Also, the random fucking damage. All flamethrower weapons, random damage where it just sets you on fire randomly. They're very, very janky.
Greetings, Helldivers.
Probably another reason that they should actually be swapping to a different engine, but you know. Let's go to the Piss Planet now, since we got a feel for the fire weapons. Let's go Piss Planet.
Initiating.
Ah, I see. Oh, good. Hope you guys are all having a great evening. Happy Third Fry. Ah, shit.
Mission coordinates locked.
Sometimes you just gotta drive, you know?
Hell pods primed.
Alright. Let's see. Arrow Dog, pretty decent. I don't know if it's actually better than... It's just adjacent to the Laze Dog at this point, it feels like. Occasionally you run out of ammo on it. Well, sometimes I forget about it and run out of ammo too. Maybe... No, I'd actually say Laze Dog's still better. Ow.
Let nothing stand in the way of liberty.
I love Piss Planet.
Calling down a support weapon.
It's the new gold armor. Is there a poo-poo tree here somewhere? Why the fuck does it look like this? Is it just Piss Planet doing this? Hellbound.
Tagging location. West.
Found something. There's a poo-poo tree. Called it. Looked a little too pissy to me, guys. Let's try cluster bombing this and see what happens.
Requesting air support.
But I don't need to. No. 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 What the fuck? Stop it.
Bug outpost. Got a sample. Rare sample acquired.
I see. Bro, I just got 2-tapped. What? Out of fucking nowhere. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Insta-tap. It's not even 2-tap.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
2-tap, but it's basically the same thing as 1 because you can't actually respond to it in time.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
On my position.
Huh. And there's a large nest. Actually, that might just be the objective. Fuck off.
Calling down a support weapon. Heavy. Northwest. Close. Sending in an eagle.
Oh, we might be dead again. No. You thought you could get me, didn't you? They love jumping on you right before you fire, which is why I was line of sighting them on the side of the rock, so they'd have problems actually doing that.
Requesting advanced
But
weaponry.
Reinforcing.
good.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Enemy elite. Northeast. 100 meters.
Guys, what are you guys doing? You getting all wild over here? Getting all wild?
That's called democracy. New mag.
Stop that. You're also very wild.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Marking location. Northwest.
We went past, I'm pretty sure, the nest on the way over here. Let's go back there.
Somebody save me!
Uh-huh. Oh, this is actually just a heavy nest. Got it. Gonna miss. Not.
Reloading. Last reload. Out of ammo. How about a nice cup of liberty?
Bug outpost destroyed.
Got him. Joel took away 2 rounds from my grenade pistol. I agree. Right. Anything can fly across the map. Uh-huh. Okay, good old charter. Let's go northwest. Actually, let's grab the samples, then go northwest.
Requesting orbital
Oh.
strike. Bug tunnel.
Yeah, we aren't getting those back. There's just
Calling in reinforcements.
a bunch of supplies sitting here, guys. No? For reasons.
Sending in an eagle.
Doop-a-doo, doop-doop-doop. It's a diff 10, guys. Basically just diff 9. We'll give these guys a hand. There we go. Now they can find that. Stuff does not show up unless it's out of the container. Resupplies don't even show up when they're out of the container. They're having all the fun right now.
Heavy, northeast, close.
What is this? Is that part of the nest?
Objective critical stratagem available.
Oh.
Left tunnel breach, heavy,
What?
east, close.
Oh, we found the other drill site. I thought there was only one left.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Alright.
Fire in the hole! Requesting air support!
Gonna guard, Joel. Which one you gonna guard? Oh, I just finished watching the last season of Warrior. Which is it's a Bruce Lee inspired kung fu series. Actually pretty good.
Calling in reinforcements. We've got equipment. Affirmative.
Drill. So once again, because the bug holes are popping up over there, apparently it did not allow bug holes to spawn here, and as such we aren't getting any bug holes at one of the main objectives. Bug hole logic in this game, I'm still not exactly sure why it limits how many can spawn where, but it does, and I think it's something to do with performance.
Requesting jetpack.
Lost more samples down to the hole, guys.
You have been a stalwart line of freedom. Extract when ready.
No bug holes at all. Once again, kind of makes you wonder if maybe they had a better engine, if possibly we'd have a much better game. You know. Probably a poo-poo tree here somewhere.
Rare sample acquired. Sample collected.
Extraction is available.
Bomb tunnel breach.
New mag.
Uh-huh, good. Yeah, UE5. I mean, you could use the Crytek engine still exists, but why would you do that when they're both 5% revenue? It's not really... UE5 gives you all the advantages you want with someone else making an engine. You're gonna pay roughly the same price, why wouldn't you, right? There's no real reason to go to the Unity engine, because the one they're using right now is basically free anyways.
To democracy.
Actually, I don't know if there's still licensing terms, but the company that had it is basically defunct now, so I assume it's basically free.
Requesting air support.
Delivering payload.
For prosperity.
Requesting orbital strike.
Oh. Stop it. Bitch. Fuck you. Get away from me. Stop it. Ow.
New mag.
Let's go around the north edge here and see if we run into some weird shit. Maybe a nest or something. Oh! Oh, yeah? Well, I mean, I would do that. You basically have to get the programmers on board. The longer they wait, the more, I mean, we haven't added it to the BetterDivers guide. Planned on doing it. We just haven't gotten to that point. This is going to be another long discussion. And stats was more important than the... Actually is a... Yeah, this is a Mega Nest. Oh my god, the Bad Dragon! Oh, you have to look for the Bad Dragon for the Mega Nest. This is a Mega Dragon. This isn't even a Bad Dragon. This is a Mega Dragon. Look at that thing. That's someone's wet dream. Hey, bud. Stop it. Attack me.
Requesting air support.
Holy, stripped the armor on it.
Affirmative.
Leg armor stripped on it. Guys.
Throwing grenade.
Huh? Stop it. You guys are always so fucking needy. Okay, so there. Why not make it out of this, actually? Fine. Ah, that's the spiky heads there. And the programmers are always going to not want to do that because it's a lot of fucking work, right? But you could actually make cases for like continued long-term support of the game and what they want to do with it. And the ease of deployment of whatever's going on in the game. Ease of deployment of new features and actually being able to do stuff and spending a shitload of time doing stuff that, you know, takes even more time now because they have to fix broken shit that is broken along the way because they're using an old engine. Oh, maybe that's how you deal with their fucking turbo mode, is you have to sidestep it. It isn't like the Big Head Rush. That's actually a little bit different. Cutting your losses. Obviously, probably would have been better if they started with it, but now they're in a completely different financial and, you know, probably game standpoint than they were prior.
Extraction is available.
Calling down a support weapon. Reinforcing.
Mega Nest! Mega Nest!
Last reload. Southwest.
There's a bug hole somewhere.
Requesting fortifications.
Requesting air support. Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling down supplies.
I think the updates Warbond, the guns need tweaking. They could be fun. There's things that cause them to be bad. I mean, a lot of the primaries could be used tweaking, though. Regardless.
Supplies.
But if they actually shoot up some quality of life issues with the with some of the weapons, it'd be a lot better. Which we talked about earlier in the stream. Incendiary Breaker and the nerfs to the flamethrowers, there's a way they can deal with that. An Incendiary Breaker nerf I don't think was necessary, even if they want to get people to use a different weapon, which we've talked about before, because there's a lot of viable weapons against bugs right now. They should consider a vaulting system instead, and I even suggested disabling it for maybe 2 weeks or so to give people time to actually try other things, even without nerfing it, because they'd be able to figure out that things are relatively effective. Also said that the stat system needs to be redone so people have a better idea of what's actually what actually works in the game. And a lot of people probably think that the Incendiary Breaker's doing work when all they're doing is tagging mobs with it. And they think it's actually doing a lot of damage when it's not. That's what's popping the head. My AR dog's popping the head. It's probably one of the coolest features right now. New is... But okay, we didn't actually want to leave it there. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! All right, that's for you guys right there. Here. Oh, well, this isn't good. All right, a lot of shit here. BetterDivers Guide has all my thoughts on most things, though, like challenges and challenge progression, or just increased progression drastically would be very, very nice. Don't take my egg. That's my clout. Don't take my clout. Don't take my clout. That's my. God damn it! I worked so hard for that. Yeah, you better die with my clout. Right. Kids are taking all my cloak, guys. Where is it? It's right here. It's my clout. You may actually have to extract purely because we're out of reinforcements and there's possibility of us wiping. I'm gonna go take this to the pad. Yeah. These guys aren't super amazing, even though they've been able to do stuff, and if we actually end up in a wipe situation, we might actually lose. They have stalkers over there. There's radar there, too.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Found something.
Did we? What do we find? No. Excuse me. Pardon me? Oh, the egg, don't I? Yeah, I do.
Found something.
Proceed to extraction when ready.
Don't want to pollute the water.
Dropping pack.
I think we did a pretty good job of addressing not only the... Oh my god, 10-cent increment, guys! Wow! Wow! Shams is paying me again! Oh my god, the drought is gone! 10 cents! Oh my god! I live in a third world country that can buy me food for 3 weeks! Oh jeez, thanks Shams! You're the greatest! A lot of suggestions over the last 3 days. We've talked about the beginning of the stream, mainly in the podcast section, if you're curious about that. We talked more about that after... with the continued involvement of the issues right now. Incinerator Breaker and the changes to the flamethrower being the two big ones right now. Incinerator Breaker, as I mentioned, I think was unnecessary. I didn't even think it was OP prior to it. It just had very high prevalence in a lot of missions. And I think there's a lot to do with, as we figured out, after reading through the threads, it's because people think kill streaks are the equivalent of doing damage. I don't think that's actually the case. And having better stats would allow us to better parse information like on primary damage at the end of the mission. So you can figure out how much is actually being caused by what.
Reinforcing.
Better stats, better performance indicators would actually be very, very useful. No, that's for you right there. Alright. This is turning into a shit show, guys. Alright. We need to pick up more ammo for my air dog here. He's very hungry.
How about a nice cup
Bounce.
of liver tea?
Fortunately, my teammates are around, which is going to make this difficult to maneuver.
Get some! Get some!
Didn't think the grenade pistol needed a nerf to the number of rounds it has either, but mainly utilitarian, it's not mainly damage. I would love to throw down a fucking stratagem here, but we got too many teammates around. We're gonna do it anyways.
Sending in an eagle! Oh!
Do a safe one. File Titan powering up. We're gonna go do the radar.
Heavy, southwest. On my position.
There's definitely a poo-poo charger following us right now. Oh, someone got it. Good. My guess is, as we talked about, and they didn't really extrapolate on it at all. I thought they're going to in the commentary. I'm pretty sure the sole reason they did that was because it was too good at, like, the new weapons would be good at,
I got the terminal.
Oh, everyone's dead again. This is why I went to the pad, guys. We have 12 minutes left.
Requesting air support. Requesting air support.
Fuck my 500 kg go. That's not gonna hit him. Gonna hit him. Oh! Oh, you fucking whore! I saw it. I dove. I didn't dove because of the height difference. I didn't dive fast enough.
Requesting advanced weapon.
You gotta be fucking shitting me. You gotta be kidding me. Anyways, so the flamethrower is my guess, although they didn't comment on it. I actually thought that the way that the flamethrower killed, so the stratagem flamethrower killed enemies like chargers, it killed a charger by doing damage through armor unintentionally. It's actually a bug. Like the projectile went through the armor and basically damaged the innards, which it wasn't supposed to do. So like the way we've been killing chargers with the flamethrower up until this point was actually a bug. The problem is when they introduced the new flamethrowers, they also were able to do that. So they had to fix the bug, otherwise you'd end up with a pistol that could relatively easily kill chargers. You'd end up with a pistol that can relatively easily kill chargers. So they had to fix it. And I don't think that was necessarily the correct way of doing so, even though they definitely said it was. Like, that they're making it more realistic. Realism isn't a balancing metric anyways, but putting that aside, that they should actually just, if they want to reduce the damage they do to armor, they can make it so the flamethrowers strip the armor off the leg, in addition to what they do now, which is you can shoot the butt. You can still shoot the butt, but hitting the butt on charges is very difficult with flamethrowers. But there's ways that they can deal with that and still maintain the kind of the way it is right now without and kind of reverting it, but not really. Giving you another option to deal. Chargers are much easier to deal with from the front than the back because they're always charging at you. Where you can wait for enemies to swing around behind you, like let's say with, well, anything else. Chargers, you only have like this tiny little window where they aren't aiming directly at you. And just like with the autocannon, where this is a suggested change for the autocannon too, which is if you hit the legs multiple times, you can strip off the armor plate and then shoot the innards, right? Which you can't do with the autocannon, you gotta shoot the butt right now. But I can actually kind of see why they removed the ability to kill the leg, and I think it completely has to do with people potentially being able to kill chargers with like a fucking primary or pistol at that. I don't know if that's true or not.
Heavy, southwest, close.
But otherwise, there's some jankiness with the flamethrower weapons in general that needs to be cleaned up. The primary needs to have the ability to, like, it shouldn't have a warm-up period. The primary and the secondary shouldn't have a warm-up before they fire. It should only be lit. And the slowdown, I feel, is unnecessary compared to the stratagem weapons. It should be more in line with the normal weapons when you're using it. Actually, it might be. I was, like, originally planning on using the flamethrower pistol as a way of just kiting units into flames, but it doesn't work that way. And you often set yourself on fire. For some reason, you have a very high chance of setting yourself on fire, even though you're not actually in the flame. Something to do with desync with the units. Good. Are they actually going to survive for me to respawn? There's no way. Mixed reception. The whole Incendiary Breaker controversy was kind of a mixed bag. And I think also, we used Incendiary Breaker earlier tonight. It's just more of a pain in the ass to use. It's not really nerfed at all. You just have to find ammo more often. Not really, it's going to deter people from using it just because it's not fun anymore. But it's not really nerfed. The recoil on it doesn't really matter at all. Got him alive. 8 fleas. Most people hate fleas. Grab my shit. Got karate chopped by the Bile Titan out of nowhere. Karate chop. Karate chop and then it landed on me.
Sample collected.
Good. Lots to do for Arrowhead. If only they looked at the BetterDivers guide or watched my stream, you know. Shams just doesn't like me anymore. Pils doesn't like me anymore. Joel just makes fun of me. He crashed my PCI Express USB card earlier. He shut it off because we were talking about politics. He didn't like that. Hey, look, guys, that's me. Wow. If only they looked at the BetterDivers guide, guys. If only. Or hired me. Zoom in, you know, do the Zoom call and have a furry avatar as my,
Engaging terminal.
Mission map updated.
My picture, or not my picture? Oh, there was a poo-poo tree here. Get a VTuber model just for Zoom of a furry. Don't you actually show yourself on cam and on your stream? No. No, completely untrue. Feel it? Pick up the samples. You can see the samples, guys, as a clout.
Rare sample acquired.
I used to use Corsair keyboards. I was like legit one of the first people. I bought the first version of the Corsair mechanical keyboards back before it was cool. However, there's something called what is it called? Not ghost typing. It's called key chatter, in which a key will type twice. It is extraordinarily, extremely fucking annoying. And I had it on my first keyboard, which happened after about 6 years of using it. I got another Corsair keyboard, and it happened after a year and a half, and I said, fuck it at that point, because they're really expensive. So then I bought a Razer Huntsman, which is what I have now, a V2 Huntsman, which is actually very good. I was looking for an 8,000 hertz keyboard. And it doesn't have the key chatter problems. I think I've had it maybe once or twice where it happens.
Extraction is available.
But otherwise, it doesn't do it. And I have no... like, mechanical keyboards are really fucking expensive because they're supposed to last forever. Get tapped, bitch. They're supposed to last forever, but they don't. But yeah, I think the community is completely overreacting to the Incendiary Breaker change. That being said, I never thought the Incendiary Breaker needed to be nerfed, and I've advocated for things being nerfed before. Just didn't need it, which is why I never used it. Because it's just boring. It's the same. Outlier?
Not today!
Crash site. Huh? What is this? I've seen this one before. That's a new crash site. Is it a crash site? Yeah, it is. I don't think I've seen that before. It's new.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Rare sample acquired. Got a sample.
I'm enjoying using the AR dog simply because I've used the Laze dog for so long. I think that Laze dog's still better than the AR dog though, but it's just something. It's a new to do.
Requesting air support.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
No.
Calling in reinforcements!
No. We might have to leave. Yeah. You guys are getting fucking feisty. Nope, we're dead. We're dead. Ooh! He's in his fucking turbo mode. Fuck off, bitch. Good fuck. Check real quick over here. Samples. Good. Do we know Russian Badger? No. Sounds familiar. I don't know who that is, though.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Alpha Hunters.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Alright. Well.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Have a taste of democracy!
Question is whether or not we just get on.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
Spam is real? The difficulty? Yes.
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Sample collected.
Or we just...
Pelican 1 preparing
not.
to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Please spam his cancer?
Pelican 1
Yeah, you know what, the little fucking grasshoppers? They're complaining about grasshoppers now, not the hunters even. There's little grasshoppers. There we go. Apex Pro Mini. I can't, like, 10 keyless, or the... Not 10 keyless, the ones where it has the numpad knocked off of it. Not a huge fan of that. Numpad, well, it seems like it's kind of redundant. Numpads are really, really nice if you ever need to use one, which occasionally happens. Yeah. I mean, it's not hard to make... If you want to... So, if you want to make fun of this game right now, it's not hard at all to lean into the memes, because pretty much everyone will like it. And I'm sure it's just full of that. For a game that's actually a lot of fun. Still is a lot of fun. And Reddit goes absolutely out of control with... Well, maybe it's making fun of the Reddit community. I kind of doubt that. Because that'd be like making fun of your bread and butter audience. Reddit kind of goes out of control with... Good evening, Black, by the way. Doing pretty good. Reddit got kind of got out of control with their overreactions of pretty much everything in this game. Ever since the Sony controversy, they just flip out about fucking everything. How the fuck did you end up with 1,100 kills? What? Fuck. Shooting bug holes? How the fuck do you end up with 1,100 kills? I want to know now. Oh, this is the HMG user. Might be cheating. That guy might be cheating, but it also... I think that's the guy that had the HMG turret. That's the guy that might... With the HMG turret that just sat there, I think, shooting bug holes the entire mission. I guess, maybe? There's a lot of little small fucks, but... Not that much. That's kind of weird. Yeah. I don't know. Like, if you're shooting a bug hole, it's like fish in a barrel. And there were a lot of little grasshoppers, but it's not, I wasn't really running into them up until the end. But yeah, it's not very difficult right now to make fun of Helldivers 2, so...
Coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Still no scatter, guys. It just takes scatter out of rotation.
Orbit synchronized.
Pretty good.
Calling in reinforcements.
Go now.
Nursery.
Fear the shadow of neither death nor tyranny, but justice is your cause.
Deploying equipment package.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
I mean, I guess I was talking earlier about how grasshoppers kind of have no real point to them. Stop it. Stop that. Tim's rolling. Yep.
Sending out an SOS.
Why? Everyone's already here. What do you mean SOS?
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
It's actually Deathwater. That's a little pool of Deathwater, guys.
Say hello to democracy.
Oh, it's broken. Yeah, objective's broken. I still don't know why that's not fixed. But it isn't, so...
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
Pretty good.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
On Eradicate. Eradicates are boring. We're not doing Eradicate. I haven't really noticed the piss rain, have you guys? Like the last planet, did it ever actually piss rain? Is it just always active? I thought it was going to be like a hurricane, where it just piss rains on you and then everything loses armor, including you. Maybe it's just always active?
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
Yeah, the new weapons, not all is lost. There's definitely things they connect. So acid storms. I guess I haven't noticed it. All different sorts of little tweaks they could do to the current weapons as they exist right now to make them usable, and it wouldn't take much. Like I said, balancing is one of these things that really does not take that. Like, it's not like manpower intensive. It's not like you're spending hundreds of hours of like everyone in the dev team working on it. You just have to have someone that kind of knows what they're doing, how to work around constructs in a game in their mind. Balancing is always like one of the weirdest. Balancing is legit the weirdest thing you can possibly do in gaming, and there's no real formula for it, like just straight up. And there's a lot of people that are really, really bad with it, because hence why we have a lot of bad games with bad balancing in them. And everyone has a different take on it. It's like religion. Okay. That clout. I just stole someone's clout. It's my clout now. But most people are biased and will almost always say that things should be buffed. Almost always, especially what they're using, should be buffed. Like every game, it's like people when they do shit, they just ask for shit to be buffed. So it is a random effect. I haven't seen it yet then, or I haven't noticed it. There's a poo-poo. Oh my god, more clout. Kids are gonna go, wow, this guy's so amazing, he came in late too. Might actually be dead. Oh, no, we got the clout. It's my clout now. Wow, he's so amazing, he picked up all these samples and was only here for half the mission. I know. They're gonna go talk about me on Reddit. They already do talk about me on Reddit. So can I just do this? Okay. Do it. Put it in. Put it in. Stick it in deep. There you go. Oh, we got him. I don't know if that was mainly the plasma grenade launcher doing that or the grenades. Yeah? You guys needed me to lead you to victory over here?
I got the terminal. Engaging terminal.
The curly Q, guys.
I got the terminal. 1 Alpha. I'm on it. 1 Alpha. Engaging terminal. 1 Alpha. 1 Alpha. I'm on it. I got the terminal. 1 Bravo. 1 Bravo. Engaging terminal. 1 Bravo. 1 Bravo. I got the terminal. 1 Bravo. 1 Bravo.
Oh, they put a
I'm on it. 1 Bravo.
they put a little what is it called? A cutie at the bottom, so you can actually see the text for it. It never used to tell you. Never used to tell you which button does that, but I knew. I knew. It's not a secret anymore, guys. Oh. I'm gonna take the clout. Let's go pick up this clout. It's my clout now. My clout. No, it's not my clout.
Joining the fray. Sending in an eagle. Calling down a sentry.
Yeah.
Administering freedom.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Uh-huh.
Tagging map, southwest.
Super, it's actually undemocratic. They don't tell you this. It's undemocratic to swim. So as a Helldiver, I can tell you guys, you can only swim if you're a high enough Helldiver. You have to have the right citizenry level in order to swim. It's not that we can't swim. It's that we choose not to be treasonous and die in opposed to swimming. So, yeah, it has nothing to do with not knowing how to swim. It is the fact that you can't swim unless you have a high enough citizenry level. So, yeah. Everyone actually knows how to swim. We just can't. It's not allowed by High Command. What level is that? We can't. You have to be a super citizen. We aren't part of the elite. That's why we're here grinding away. Increase our level of citizenry. Not achievable by normal citizens.
Reloading. Requesting air.
No. And I got minced by my own cluster.
Requesting air support.
Well, I'm not sure about that. That's not really...
Calling in reinforcement.
People will always say... Like, in that regard, the game absolutely sucks because it's 10% of the player base it used to, right? Or 20% now. I don't think that's a direct metric between how well a game's doing. There's a lot of things that go into making games trend and do well, and it's kind of also like a secret sauce or something that's not even completely controllable. They didn't think they'd have nearly as many people playing as they do now.
Sending in an eagle.
As it starts trending upwards, it's a good sign. That being said, social media and people in... Oh, this is a pisstorm's going right now. It's not saying it, but pisstorm's out. Like, we can see the pissstorm right now. Is there actually, like, a debuff indicator? I don't think there is there?
Sending in an eagle.
Terminate outpost destroyed.
But pick this up. Do a little of this. We'll collect another one on the way out. There we go. I tried to go around this fucking giant Stonehenge in the middle here, and taking forever to go around it.
Heavy north, close. Reinforcing.
Yeah, you can't swim. Unless you get a high enough level, you can't swim in this game. Everyone knows how to swim, they just can't. They aren't allowed to. That's why we all choose to drown. It is undemocratic and treasonous to swim in the game. Who would do that? Who would actually swim in Helldivers? They know. They know that they aren't supposed to swim. Like, who would do that? Automatons and bots, probably. Fucking crazy. Can't tell. There must be a poo-poo charger here.
Found something.
Calling down a support weapon. Tagging location east. I'm on it.
Or a poo-poo tree, actually. I do like how Reddit posted the quote of Shams saying people ask for difficulty be increased and reduced, and they're like, who asked for the difficulty to be increased? And I'm like, I am, and then people just tried to rage on me. Oh, I love Reddit. I fucking love Reddit. They're so silly. Where the fuck is a poo-poo tree? There it is.
Heavy, east, close.
That's what's going on here? I believe this is a radar.
Heavy, east, close.
Let's see.
Calling down a support weapon.
What? No.
Reloading!
Christ. Making my fucking life difficult. I ran along the fucking edge of it. I thought I threw it further. I thought I angled it differently than I did.
Far.
Joining the fray.
Don't walk backwards and fire quasar cannon charge it at charger legs. Trust me, I walk backwards to create more distance, and I walk forwards right before firing it to strip the armor off of it. I am tacking it. You just can't see it because I change directions right as I fire.
Freedom spreads yet further. Extract
And you must be new to my stream. It's okay. It's okay. Day one techer here. Day one on the tech. There's a poo-poo charger in here. There he is. No, he might be dead. Not dead yet.
Never sleeps.
Oh, there's a nest here.
Bug outpost. Tagging location. South.
Bug tunnel breach. Sending in an eagle. Requesting air support.
Sending in an eagle.
That? Perfect.
Sending in an eagle.
Stop it. Go away.
Calling in reinforcements. Requesting air support. Calling in orbital strike.
Lots of poo-poo here, guys. Very, very smelly planet.
Reinforcing.
It died over here.
Heavy, north, close.
We need to go over and do the fucking nest right away before this turns into a shit show, which it already is. Nope. No. Same fuck from earlier.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Calling in reinforcements. Bug hole, southeast, 100 meters.
Calling in a hell bomb.
You fucking go sleep. You need to go to sleep, bro. Time for you to sleepy.
Sending in an eagle.
Oh.
My life for super.
So much shit following me right now. Alright, let's go do the radar then if this guy wants to do the hellbound.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Or reason we tasked them on the nest was so they do the nest, but then someone decided to follow me anyways. Ah, poo-poo charger. Couple poo-poo chargers, actually. Oh my god, lazy dog.
Bug tunnel breach.
likes you, Charger Chan.
Reinforcing! I got the terminal! Hellbomb armed! Clear the area!
Want to be near that one that explodes.
Requesting air support!
They just ran past it. I think they actually died at the nest and ran past it.
Requesting orbital strike!
Got the tree I pointed out.
I'm on it! Engaging terminal!
They missed one of the Shrike nests. Let's go take care of that. Have the angle.
Sending in an eagle!
Slightly off. No.
Requesting air support! Orbital inbound!
Stop that.
Thank you!
Good.
Reloading!
The med's back.
Sending in an eagle! New man! Supplies.
Ah. Good. This is a Blitzer. This is Plasma Grenade Launcher.
Heavy on my position.
I think Joel calls it a shotgun.
Rare sample acquired.
Joel refers to it as a shotgun, though. Tickler is a different gun. Okay. Alright, let's go back to the Mega Nest. I don't think they finished the Mega Nest.
North on my position.
12 minutes and 6 left. Terminids or automatons, shitty bugs when they're not challenging are not fun, and bots are more fun. Bots can always be more challenging than bugs because they have aimbots, and they literally can just fucking laser your face.
That's called democracy.
Challenging bugs are infinitely more fun than bots are. So it really depends. Like the last 2 months prior to the patch of easy mode bugs was pretty boring. Literally just fucking finish the mission and have all your lives left and should finish it. All your lives left and 100% clear the map and have to take no attrition or concessions. It's too easy. It's boring.
Tagging map, southeast.
Why I don't host my games anymore, because we'd always get really good fucks in my games. Questionably sus fucks in my games that would just finish the mission in 10 minutes and that's very boring.
Bug outpost.
We do not actually have the butt plug. Let's go check real quick here, I guess.
Proceed to extraction when ready.
Probably have that. Let's go over here. Also known as the Plasma Punisher. Not over there. Check here.
Requesting air support.
Not here either.
Orbital strike.
Might not be on our side of the map too. So
Dropping a pin north, 200 meters. Requesting air support.
gotta watch out for those Joel barrels, guys. Joel loves watching you die when you hit a Joel barrel.
Sample collected. Reinforcing.
But
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Calling in reinforcements.
No. 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 Let's see.
This is Pelican 1 returning to extraction radius.
They definitely adjusted the audio. Some of the voices sound more hollow. Audio in general sounds more hollow than it used to. Like when he just announced right now, it sounded like he was talking more through a voice, an intercom. Joel's so strong. I refer to everyone at Arrowhead as Joel. When I talk about Joel, I'm just talking about... Oh, there's a butt plug. Just talking about everyone at Arrowhead. I call everyone at Arrowhead Joel. They're all Joels to me, like Negan from Walking Dead. At morning, they chant, "We are Joel," to build team camaraderie.
Heavy, on my position.
Good.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
We are Joel. The hive mind that is Joel. We work together to create
Requesting air support.
Helldivers 2. Kids are all having fun over here, guys.
Calling down a sentry.
Hey, guys. What's going on here? Oh, well. That's for you.
30 seconds.
Heavy, north, 50 meters.
Throw clear.
Trying to rearm. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Requesting air support.
Well, I mean, no. I guarantee you the Plasma Punisher isn't that prevalent. It never used to be. I've been using it for like 3 months straight, and that's changed. Bots, you'll see more people using it as opposed to the Scorcher.
This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
Weapons that are OP need to be nerfed. I don't... Incinerator Breaker isn't really OP, though. What? 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 Go away.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Alright.
Marking extraction point.
Go. Go.
Extraction
I just about got shot by my teammate.
Beginning ascent.
He just about got shot by my teammate that decided to stop in front of the ramp and take a shot. But we... Is it an emergency extract? You see the Joel sneak peek? Yeah. Weirdly enough, we actually talked about Joel being an acronym roughly a week before that happened, so... yeah. Although they didn't actually come up with the acronym for it, it's just an acronym for something. Joint Operations Intelligence spelled with the E. I don't know what to use for an L. It was kind of weird. We talked about that the day after it happened.
Well done.
It was very weird. GG. But bugs that are easy mode are definitely boring as fuck, and bots are more fun than it. It's just tough figuring out. The difficulty in games are so inconsistent, it's difficult to figure out. I'd say this is more consistent difficulty-wise, but it's difficult to figure out when you're actually going to have problems or not. At least people are dying now. There's plenty of bug missions in Diff 9 where people just didn't die prior to the patch, so... The official I don't know what the official there wasn't one. It was just a sign on the door with Joel spelled as an acronym. We talked about it prior to it happening, though. That's the hilarious part about it. That was actually like 2 weeks before it. When did we talk about Joel being an acronym? Discussed it the day after they released the video, though. The night after. Grab this? Ah, we have the planet. Boring rock, huh? Let's go play Dagobah.
Initiating. Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Good.
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods.
Get her? Wait, this is... No, this is... Yeah, Dagobah. You guys are having a wonderful evening, though. Happy Thursday. Start to your weekend. Oh my god, depending on where you are in the world. Might be on your way to the weekend. Or in the weekend. Alrighty. What are you doing? You kite them around the pad. You go out around the edge of them and try not to kite them over directly over the top of the pad. The moment the extract lands, you go into the run to the extract. There actually were cases. This game used to be a lot harder. There were cases where you had to kite basically swarms around the pad at the end of the mission to avoid, because you couldn't kill them fast enough. The kids on Reddit will tell you otherwise, but this game used to be a lot fucking harder. Into Dagobah.
Go now, and fear the shadow of neither death nor tyranny, but justice.
Used to be relatively common. Hulks wouldn't be that difficult to deal with. It would be more of speed Hulks too, are a mutation of Hulks themselves, which are more difficult to deal with. Oh, you don't say! I had no idea that was there. Wow. It'd be more difficult to actually deal with all the shit behind it, including shield devastators and the rocket devastators that would be tossing your salad. The muscles, by the way, help. I need to get away from my teammate. We're gonna go this way. Looks like we got a corrosive biome. Got through him. Stop that. Stop that. Go here. Go die. Die. There you go.
Requesting air support. Calling in reinforcements. Reinforcing.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Good. Ah, there goes my legs. I need them anyways. Stims fixed everything. Like we have Shrike Nest. Yep. Good. They're all controlled by Arrowhead. I mean, that's not really all that different than bot missions when we play in bot missions. Joel loves getting in his cannon turret and firing at us at long range, so. We've discussed that a few times when it's happened, where we just get clipped out of nowhere. Oh. You. Yeah, I don't like that guy either. God damn it, fucking strike. There we go.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Calling in a hell bomb. Reinforcing. Sending in an eagle.
Motherfucker. Oh, there's actually a guy alive on it.
Calling down a support weapon. Supplies. Supplies.
Guys are being really annoying right now. Oh, look at that. Well, that's convenient. It's gonna be difficult to deal with.
Objective critical stratagem.
I got the terminal.
Hi! 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 I knew it was gonna happen! I knew it was gonna happen! I was just waiting to respawn! Oh, fucking hilarious. Oh, look, we got a hero! Oh, I'm a martyr now, guys. Fantastic. That easy. Funny shit. But that was actually worth it because now this whole thing's dead. It doesn't even matter if you die. That's one reinforcement for a strike nest that's being annoying. Pick up my kid, apparently. You guys are curious about that. They changed hell bombs now, so after you arm them, they will detonate when they explode now. So it's actually a huge buff to hell bombs and doing difficult areas.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Chop some trees. Goody good. You need Josh? You know, if they wanted to make these fuckers really annoying, they would spawn. Each one of those guys would spawn a big head, like the the big heads spawn like two small brown heads. Those would spawn two big heads, and the two big heads would spawn two brown heads apiece. Like literally just summons an army in front of you. It would be fucking hilarious. It's just like a giant fucking meat. Just a fucking. What do you go away? The giant fucking... Oh, you don't say! It's almost like I went over here and was doing stuff, and you just went and tried to do the shit that I was doing. Congratulations! You win! I think this is a POI. Actually, that might be part of the pad. I think this is actually part of... No, it's not. It's the radar? The radar. Thought it was an outpost on the pad. An objective.
New man.
On my position.
Dead. Fuck off. The comic dubs. I don't know what a comic dub is. I wouldn't really go to my way to read, most of the time, like when they commission stuff for games, it's almost always just for fans, and as such, it's usually not very good. It's the same way with if you watch anime, and you, like animes have OVAs, which are usually like kind of like between seasons. They'll have like an OVA, and it's usually just stuff that's meant for fans. It's usually just a bunch of fan service and doing cute stuff from the series that has no real meat. There's very few games that have adaptations that are good. I think it'll always kind of be the case. It's just for people that watch stuff. Like watching, are really into it. Adds to their IP. 280.
Requesting air support. I'm on it.
Guys, what's going on here?
Orbital inbound.
Here we're fine.
Requesting air support.
I got the terminal.
Mission map updated.
Drop some trees.
Sending in an eagle.
Objective completed.
We did get it. Nice. Drop some trees, guys.
Terminate hive structure destroyed.
Another one bites the dust.
What's over here? Drop some more trees.
Requesting orbital strike.
Deforestation. Thanks for the likes. I appreciate it. Need an extra? Nope. I play organic, wholesome, all original, vanilla Helldivers 2. Whenever I host games, and I don't usually like try to get viewers in my games, but whenever I host games, we always get SEAL Team 6, and SEAL Team 6 tends to be very, very good at the game, and then it makes it very boring, so I don't do anything. I just walk around, talk, and pick up samples. Which I guess would work for some streamers, but it's not really my thing. So, I find that when I'm not doing anything in the game, I find it really boring. It's one of the reasons I actually went and played a different game for the last 2 weeks. Before this came out. Played Rivals, and then we played a little bit of Mecha Break, which is also a very cool game. Be interesting to see where that is in 6 months. Really fucking annoying. There's so much HP too. Mecha Break's a fun game. Voltron? I guess Voltron isn't really anime. I mean, it's animated, and like what anime is usually what you refer to, like Eastern animation, Japanese animation, sometimes Korean animation. Arcane is kind of anime, depending on where you are talking about. France is actually technically west and east. It's a western and eastern country because it goes down the Meridia. How have they not finished this yet? What's going on here? Ah, no, I'm okay. I'm perfectly all right. Not seeing stuff that is terrible. For instance, Arcane leaked. If you guys know, Arcane, like the full series leaked. Hey, bud. Full series leaked. But if you look at some of the images of it, it's like 360p with a bunch of fucking banners over the top of it too. It looks absolutely fucking terrible, like quality-wise. And there's people that like actually want to watch that stuff. It's like, I'll wait for it to be 2160p HDR. Hey, bud. Can it actually hurt you? I don't think it can. There you go. No?
Tunnel breach.
I've got this one.
So it takes 2 headshots when it's in the ground to do that.
Sending in an eagle.
On here. Wait, you know, there's no one finished. There's like 1 step done. What do you even mean?
Heavy. Northwest. Close.
For prosperity.
Calling in orbital strike.
Okay. We're going to gather up this guy and the other 3 bile tanks, hopefully. Get aggro on them. And hither further. Don't worry, guys. According to Reddit, the 500 kg is fucking terrible. So.
Requesting air support.
Oh, that was going to be my 2-fer. Are we going to get 3-fer? 3-fer! That would have been a 3-fer, guys. Aw. All for 500 kg. There's a poo-poo charger in here. You can see the stank from him. It's like it has something hanging out. Oh, something hanging over his teeth. But no, I shouldn't have done that. I got greedy.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Dead.
Reloading.
There's definitely a poo-poo charger here. Let's see. Oh, it's just on transformer handle right now. Alright. Good. I swear this guy's just fucking following... Like, he tries to go wherever I'm going? It's like, tries to do it first. Oh, there's a poo-poo charger. Boop. Wait, does that take more than one headshot?
Heavy. On my
Requesting air support.
Uh-huh.
heavy. On my
You legit are... Bro. Go away. Like, just go away.
Calling in orbital strike. 100 meters.
But yeah, it, like, leaked, and it's, like, literally the lowest possible quality animation you can... Or not animation, but, like, quality you can possibly imagine, and people are watching it. And I'm like... We'll blow up the Shrike Nest, I guess. There's nothing over here.
Requesting air support.
They 100%. They talk about the precision strike being better than 500 kg. We had a guy in here that thought they were at the same radius after the update to the size, which we even tested, and it's completely untrue.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
There's just people that can't use the 500 kg and like notice the line of sight. Yep, 500 kg adheres heavily to line of sight, which is a skill thing. It's a skill issue. You look to where you throw it. Like even now, when you're throwing it, you look for tree lines, and you turn around and you throw it, so it's clear line of sight. And there's some people that don't even look for line of sight, and then just say it sucks because they aren't looking for line of sight at all. That was 100% thing. I mean, we covered it on stream when it was going on. I literally made fun of it while it was happening. But yes, it definitely happened. Uh oh. They're puking sideways, guys. Reddit is a silly place with silly gooses.
last reload.
Supplies.
No.
Southeast.
No. No. Right there.
Sending in an eagle.
Perfect. Silly place with silly gooses.
Supplies. Southwest.
Yeah, I'm nowhere near you. And I do need supplies, though. I don't know why you're defending Reddit, though.
Supplies. Supplies.
Yeah, someone thought that the precision strike had a radius of 17 meters for both the 500 kg and the precision strike on one shot. And we tested it with light armor. The 500 kg will one shot out to 22 meters, and the precision strike will one shot out to 12, which is almost half.
We've got equipment.
Then matters a lot when you try to crowd clear, right? What's actually going to do damage to me is not actually the strikes. What's actually going to do damage to me is one's going to run in front of my plasma grenade launcher, which is going to make me take a shitload of damage. Sure, I mean, you gotta take everything with a grain of salt, right? But there's a lot of yahoos on there that are Dunning-Krugers. I try not to use Dunning-Kruger because it's a catch-all. It is 100% a catch-all, but there are some people that, yeah,
Calling in a hell bomb.
they're very self-assured of what they're doing. And then they don't even bother testing stuff, but they'll say they tested stuff. And then they'll try to perpetuate it as fact, and then it turns into hearsay. The most recent one, like we talked about on stream, was there's like someone talking about, and we've seen it on social media, is where they say when the Sony controversy happened, people were basically, they couldn't play the game anymore in countries that don't have access to, they aren't in the PSN network, right? And that's not true, you just can't buy it.
Calling down a sentry.
You just can't buy the game in PSN networks, but if you have it there, you can still use it.
Another triumph for managed democracy.
But it's turning into hearsay is just a way of shitting on Arrowhead. People on Reddit love shitting on Arrowhead. Plank. Ow. What the fuck? Anyway, Joe barrel.
Requesting orbital strike.
See. Since we have spores, we don't actually know where the shit is on the map, so we would if we had revamped radar, which we've talked about. There are some people that make interesting points on Reddit for sure. That's one of the reasons we cover it. They have very different views compared to Reddit. It's one of those games where that's generally true. Aardvark here. Hey, bud. Let's see. We're gonna come in right here.
Requesting air support.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you don't want to go over there. Okay. You just got 380'd. Danger close. Alright, I'm gonna go to the pad.
New mag.
Guess it in bug or bot mission, it wouldn't matter. It's based on distance. It's the armor I'm wearing right now, so light armor with padding. Just have to have a flat surface because that affects line of sight. Poo-poo charger over here.
Tagging map, northeast, 300 meters.
Took us like literally 10 minutes or so.
Heavy, east, 50 meters.
Extraction is available.
No idea, Rob. Specifically, what the manga, the comic books would be like. I suppose there's a target demographic for it somewhere. That one's the target demographic.
Heavy, north, 50 meters. Heavy, north, 50 meters.
There's a moth in here.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
I don't know if this has ammo at it. We're gonna check real quick. Might have earlier.
Requesting air support.
Yeah, that's bullshit. There's no way. Like, I had a general feel for the sides of it even prior to that happening. It's 100% the same. People often misconstrue line of sight for issues with stuff. People are not very observant, and they're especially not observant when they're under the gun. So, like, they're in the middle of a heavy firefight, right? So it's possible, but it definitely does not seem that way for me. And we could go test it. You could go fucking test it. How about that? You just go into it and you test it. It's legit. You throw it down, and you can see the range it's at, and you back up. Right? You do that, you can see how far away you are. Look, we're 23 meters away. 5. It's pretty easy. Testing's not hard. Thinking out testing methodology is hard, but testing itself is generally not very hard.
Calling in extraction.
Testing takes a lot of time, and it's generally very ungratifying. And people will look for every kind of nuance because they don't really think about stuff. They'll look for every single nuance and stuff you're doing just to try and disprove it. Which, I mean, they could go figure it out on their own. I don't get thousands of views a day. I'm just a small little streamer. People come up with all different sorts of weird correlations, and sometimes they don't have enough data for their correlations too when they figure them out. And then they think something's happening, and they come up with all sorts of grand theories when, in fact, they just don't have enough data. Sometimes the case, too. There wouldn't be really any case. The 500 kg does change. There's some fucking weird shit with height, where if you're above it, it actually has... Well, I can't do it now. If you're above it, it actually has like a bigger globe to it. It's like an hourglass. Because I've been above it, even though it feels safe and it looks safe, I'm above it and I still get hit by the explosion. But on straight ground, it's 22 meters for kills.
Supplies. Requesting air support.
Bad. It's weird. Like, I don't want to say it's my influence, but my influence on communities, guys, like, the amount of time that people spend talking about testing and methodology and like development for this game compared to, like, let's say Overwatch, ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Dude, why would you fucking call a 380 on the pad? What the fuck's wrong with you? And he just killed the teammates.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Democracy has landed.
Pelican 1 landing sequence.
In the case of PlanetSide 2, we had a weird thing. I call it bone psychology. Back when, during PlanetSide 2, it was basically after I was out of uni, and we talk about psychology all the time. And everyone would come up with all different sorts of different, like, conditions or biases or different things you'd never see in any fucking other community. Just out of nowhere. And then, of course, when I left, it disappeared too. Like a year afterwards, no one's talking about this shit anymore.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
One-shot kill weapons are also based on the armor you're wearing.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Ah, sure. I mean, that's why I said light armor with padding. So, it's the baseline. I'm not going to go and test whether or not you can survive in heavy. It doesn't really matter. The whole point is the radius and the damage radius and the size of it. So just using a generic number, which happens to be one-shot kill in light armor with padding. 0-1. That. Is that the egg? Been the egg from the Mega Nest, maybe. Huh. Sure. But it doesn't really matter. The whole point is to show that basically the radius for the 500 kg is almost twice as big as it is for the precision strike. Good. Good.
Priority alert. The Socorro system. Status: defending against Terminus invasion.
But there's a lot, like in the last couple months especially, and I also say especially after we came up with the BetterDivers guide, there's a lot of development commentary on Reddit now. A lot of it. There's an absolute boatload of it. It's pretty ridiculous, right? Not as nearly as many memes or artwork or creativity or hey, look at me in this game. A lot more development commentary. Relatively interesting.
Mission coordinates locked.
Also GG. Kill count after the patch, guys. It seems as though our missions have a lot lower kill counts in them.
The Socorro system. Status: defending against automaton invasion. Helldiver support requested.
It doesn't matter. It's 2 times the size. So the damage out to that radius is about it's the same amount. It's one shot for light armor with padding. Like I said, you're trying to find nuances to it, and then in the case of the precision strike, we found out you could survive the one shot where there's no damage fall off. 22 to 23 in 500 kg. In the case of 500 kg at 23 meters, you just don't take any damage. In the case of the precision strike, at 13 and 14 meters, you will survive, but you'll take a significant amount of damage. So it actually has damage fall off. Where the precision strike, or the 500 kg, does not have damage fall off at all. At least at ground level. Whether or not you want to assume they're doing all sorts of weird shit, you can. People don't even bother. Not just testing. You don't like have to test it. Like people don't even have like a general rule of thumb handle on what it feels like in game before they decide that they basically like the word of God in terms of like what's going on in the game. Weird. Like, you don't even need to test it to get a kind of general feel for it, which I didn't test it up till that point. I just knew that it was wrong. I didn't know it was off by that much, though. And someone's probably cheating in this game. You can extend the match timer beyond the normal threshold in cheat lobbies.
The bugs are a plague. You are the vaccine.
Yeah.
The struggle for managed democracy continues. We have no time to waste.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
Helldiver, take command of the galaxy's liberation.
What's proportional? Catch you later, Rob. Enjoy your day, dude. Like you said, you could go. You could test it more in depth if you want to, but for the most part, it doesn't matter. It's just, yeah.
FTL jump successful. Mission coordinates.
Jeez, these guys are pretty close to being done.
Hellpods prime.
Air Dog, Quasar, found a KG. Oh. There's all different sorts of nuances you can find. It just really doesn't matter. It's roughly twice the size, and I have a handle for it in game. But that was basically just that was actually a test of it. So you can test everything more in depth and increase your confidence on it. But generally, the point is most people don't even test stuff, or even bother. Kind of like, bro, why did I think that was on the ground? I was talking. I just give myself. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Bro. There you go. I was talking and I gived myself, guys. You gotta be fucking shitting me. God. My Achilles heel, guys. My Achilles fucking heel. My Achilles heel, as I mentioned before, is literally talking. That might kill K3. Oh, fine. Alright.
Engaging terminal.
Mission map. Extraction is available.
I fucking drop potted myself. I did. They have like 3 lives too. I just used one of their last lives. This is the new guy showing up. And that guy probably just saw exactly what happened too.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting air support.
Oh, hilarious.
Requesting air support.
Alright, we'll make it up though. But what?
Southeast. Far.
I don't know how he died just now. Laze Dog or AR Doug just brained that fuck out of that guy. I just shot through his leg. AR Dog literally lobotomized that charger somehow.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
I don't know exactly
Got a sample.
how the fuck he just died again. What? My air dog broken?
Terminated outpost destroyed.
Oh. Northeast. They got 10 minutes left. I miss Helmir, guys. So beautiful. Remember Helmir prior to Reddit getting the fire tornadoes nerfed? When they're fucking everywhere and there's nowhere to walk? I remember those days. Then Reddit complained and got the fire tornadoes nerfed. Now they wander around aimlessly. No intent on killing the Helldivers. Which Joel 100% did that on purpose. He 100% did that on purpose. There's just people notice it. There's so many shenanigans in this game in which the game legit has scripts to kill you. Because Magica developers.
Rare sample acquired.
Reddit just figured that one out. My favorite one to point out, by the way, is it only happened for about like a day or two, and still sometimes the game does it. When the chargers hit you, they had a coordinated attack. They had a coordinated attack with bile times. So when a charger hit you, it wouldn't actually be based on physics. It wouldn't be based on like the direction they're hitting you, you glance off and you fly away. Instead,
Sending in an eagle.
Instead, it would hit you back into the Bile Titan right as it's about to spew. It was a combo attack, so it would just basically straight out kill you. That lasted for about 2 days. I bitched up a storm about that when I saw Joel doing that. And I went away. Occasionally it still happens, but usually in like we've seen it in tune with another. Oh, there's a poo-poo charger.
Requesting air support.
But usually it happens in tandem with, I've seen it with chargers, where it hits you back into another charger that then ground pounds you. It's the same logic. But basically it's an insta-kill. You're just dead. You just don't know it.
Tagging location. I'm on it.
What? They're like, what the fuck? Oh, you mean because they just died instantly? Don't worry, I'm here to help, maybe. Crash site. Sometimes there's Joel barrels over here. Joel barrels.
You may proceed to extraction when
Get the
ready.
samples up north.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting sentry.
Still look like they're doing stuff. We got a little bit more time.
Requesting air support.
Bug tunnel breach.
Good.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Reinforcing.
Go southeast. Oh, yeah. Give me all those samples. Call me the sample extractor.
Sending in an eagle.
So over here, we'll go over to the nest on the east side of the map, too.
Calling in extraction.
Alright.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Nest. We got 2 minutes, guys. Which, I mean, if we ran back right now, we'd have enough time to basically make it back. Right as they're extracting, hopefully they'll wait. Doug, or AR Doug, getting giddy here.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Why the fuck is my AR Doug instantly killing enemies? I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Someone hack my AR Dog? It kind of feels that way. It's literally like one-shotting the chargers. Did it to that one, too. Not exactly sure what's going on here, guys. Probably means someone's cheating in the game. And hacked my AR Dog. Looks like it's just shooting through the armor for some reason.
Requesting orbital strike.
Good. Alright.
Calling down a sentry.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
It's my favorite Star Wars movie of all time. I think Rogue One was pretty good. Was it Rogue One or Rogue Squadron? Rogue One. I think Rogue One was pretty good.
Requesting air support.
I'm not a big movie fan. I prefer TV series because there's more time to actually develop the characters and plot and shit.
Calling down a support weapon.
Andor, for instance, I think is actually the best Star Wars IP.
Sample collected.
which I thought was a phenomenal TV show.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Alright, we're out of time, guys.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
People tend to be pretty good about waiting, but with puggers, you can't be sure whether or not they'll stay or not. Well, they're gonna respawn their friends, so. Maybe.
Calling in orbital strike.
Sometimes randos wait, and sometimes they don't.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for
I'm not gonna
takeoff.
make that. Oh, but I can use stims, can't I now? I can fucking use stims. What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm throwing! I'm throwing! I forgot about the change!
Launch countdown complete. We have to leave now. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
0 seconds, guys.
Another victory for the right side of history.
Episode 3 is your all-time favorite, so like the original, the third one that came out, obviously not the original 3 movies. I don't know what RTS is. You're talking about the first 3 in chronological order rather than, or not chronological order, in just lore order, as opposed to the first 3 that came out. Stuff. Revenge of the Sith. Yeah, that's one of the newer ones, isn't it? Original theory. I actually enjoyed Clone Wars. I thought it was decent. Obviously, Jar Jar was a fucking derp, but I actually really enjoyed the battles in Clone Wars. The first one.
Triumphant return.
Oh, how many samples? How many samples? 26! Look at that! Look at that! Look at that, guys! Look at that! 7-0? I'm the sample hero.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver.
Sample hero. Okay.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
Alrighty, guys. I feel as though we are going to call things here, though. Yeah, like Jar Jar, it got a bad taste. It's tough to please people after basically they have 20 years of nostalgia, right? 20 years of nostalgia since the first 3 movies came out. It's tough to placate that. Jar Jar was a mistake, but I enjoyed the pod racing. I thought the battles were pretty fucking cool. I thought the saber fight was pretty good too. Oh, Idowin's here. We definitely got to go now. Yeah, Reddit gets you viewers, does it? I mean, prior to me leaving, I was actually doing somewhat similar number of viewers. I don't think that's Reddit. Reddit is hilarious though. Reddit loves when I make fun of them. They do. We're joshing. We're just joshing with each other. I guarantee you, right? But yeah, I think the first Star Wars movie, like as far as the movies go, I think it was actually really enjoyable. Not just episode 1. It's actually pretty good. The Phantom Menace, I think it was. That was pretty good. I liked the pod racing. I thought that was pretty intense. I think most people liked the pod racing at the time. The unpacking of the clones was actually very cool. The robots is very cool. And so the battles are pretty cool. Both lightsaber and tactical battles are pretty cool. So, yeah. First was it's just Jar Jar. It's just once again it had a huge stigma when it first came out. When it first came out, people always made fun of Jar Jar, which he was a dunce. He was comedic relief. Apparently he's like a Sith or something. He was comedy relief though, or a Jedi Master or something like that. He's comedic relief. But yeah, I actually liked it. But we're gonna call things here, guys. If you are new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed watching me run around to kill stuff and or lol on Reddit, make sure to hit the follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, as well as TikTok every day from late night to early morning, GMT-6, so late night North American time. I use stream for about 5 to 6 hours, give or take. It depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc., guys. The usual. I'm out here for this evening. Yeah, like, the first 3 movies, like, I don't want to get into a big discussion because obviously we're calling things here, but the first 3 movies, I didn't really like how Anakin, like, it was the thing, where he devolved, but he was, like, turned into, like, an emo teeny bopper, and I wasn't really on board with that. Like, it reminded me a lot of a spoiled kid, and I didn't really enjoy that aspect to it, but, yeah. They were definitely better than the last 3 movies, so. Which there's going to be another 3 movies in a couple years, apparently, so. Also fun to look forward to, right? But alright, guys, we're going to call things here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Thursday night and Friday morning. Have a good day, guys.